appreciate Superintendent and Public Affairs arranging our guests for our pledge. Treasurer Wagner, would you please call the attendance roll?
Mr. Craig?
Here.
Mr. Crossan?
Here.
Mr. Lindy?
Here.
Ms. Mapp?
Here.
Dr. Moffitt?
Here.
Vice President Weinberg?
Here.
President Bolton?
Present. Vice President Weinberg, would you please explain the way that the public may participate virtually in tonight's meeting?
Absolutely. Members of the public who are online and wish to speak during our hearing of the public tonight, may do so by clicking the chat button now. The chat feature will be open for your requests for 5 minutes, and if you would like a direct response to your questions, please make sure to share your name, affiliation to the district, school community, topic, and also your contact information.
Thank you very much. The chair will now entertain a motion and a second to approve the November 4th business meeting agenda. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Moffitt. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Vice President.
Bless you.
Bless you.
It's
That
okay.
scared me. Treasurer Wagner, would you please take a voting roll?
Mr. Craig?
Yes.
Mr. Crossan?
Yes.
Mr. Lindy?
Yes.
Ms. Mapp?
Yes.
Dr. Moffitt?
Yes.
Vice President Weinberg?
Yes.
President Bolton?
Yes, tonight's agenda is approved as posted. Thank you all very much. We will start with old business, and this is a continuation of issues raised last meeting, just last week. Interim Superintendent Murphy, would you please introduce your growth and sustainability plan responses? And this is particularly responses to board inquiry. It's not necessarily a response to all of the community information, because I know we're still gathering that kind of input.
Absolutely, and tonight we'll have members of the senior leadership team assisting with those responses, Mr. John Chambers, Mr. Jeremy Gollihue, Mr. Chris Burkhart, as they begin to come forward.
Welcome, gentlemen.
So thank you, Superintendent Murphy. Tonight, we wanted to start with some responses to the board inquiries that we heard both from Saturday's retreat and working session, as well as last week's board meeting. Next one. You can go ahead. So to start with, we wanted to provide a little bit more qualitative and quantitative data and responses in respect to phase one and the questions that were raised from the outcomes that we've been seeing from its changes so far. So first, we took a look at the 23-24, i.e. last year's Riverview students, to see where they are now. So there were 378 students that we tracked from last year. To point out, that does not include the students who became inactive prior to the move last year or graduated early. So these are only the students who are still from last year into this year. Of those 378, 26 are currently attending a non-CPS school. 352, though, remain in CPS. 148 at Riverview, including 57 in 9th grade, 40 in 10th, 36 in 11th, and 15 in 12th. 95 of those students transitioned to Mount Washington through the K-8 program, and 109 are at other CPS schools. If you look to the chart to the right in the gray, that is the list of the top locations where those other 109 students are currently. That is not an exhaustive list. After it gets down to the bottom with the 3, it does continue through a number of essentially 25 more, 26 more schools that are 1 and 2 apiece. But it gives you a pretty good sample to where the majority of them are at currently. As well as the maintaining of the health and other career tech programs at Riverview. We looked at the students who were still in those programs. You can see in the chart at the bottom, there are 62 of those. A special note to call out within that chart, you may notice some of the grade levels have as small as 1 student in it. So as we work our way through the MOU and the agreement for those students, there will be some challenges in terms of staffing and how we proceed with those students in the program when we get to those small classes. Next slide. Next thing we looked at was a discipline review, and a couple of these things do become a little more challenging due to the nature of the changes. So first, at Riverview East, we would expect to see a decrease as we had a number of those students that transitioned from Riverview to Mount Washington. You can see here we do see that decrease. From the first quarter of FY24, we had 263 total number of incidents, and in quarter one of FY25 this year, we were down to 50. Schroeder is one of those that's a little bit challenging because of the nature of the school being combined last year and separate this year from Schroeder Middle School and Schroeder High School. But we did see in quarter one of last year, they had 210 total incidents that would have been 7 through 12, where this year they have more than doubled to 426 without the 7th and 8th graders. So that's definitely an opportunity we've identified for our PSC team to do a little bit more digging into, for us to look behind the curtain a little bit more and see where that's coming from. Schroeder Middle School, of course, did not have a separate a record last year, and so far this year has only had 9 total incidents. So it's a fairly small number compared to the overall from Schroeder of last year. Mount Washington, we would expect to see an increase from the number of students that they gained coming from the Riverview cohort, and we did see their total incidents increased from 50 to 121, while Spencer stayed relatively the same from first quarter of last year to first quarter of this year at 23 over 20. Next slide. So we also wanted to respond a little bit to the survey, and this took a multiple different forms. The first part of this was the staff survey, which was largely an open-ended survey question kind of to the staff to get an overall feedback on how they thought things were going. The staff identified 2 main buckets of barriers, things that we could put into challenging, to a bucket of what the challenges were for the transition, as well as what's still happening today, as well as the successes and celebrations that they were seeing during the transition. So under the barriers, some of the examples were, of course, routing and rerouting busing for students relevant to yellow bus transportation. The rollout, there was a call out for some of the transition we made for the SIS and LMS platform. While that's not directly related to the transitions of phase 1, there was a call out that some of those changes on top of the changes from phase 1 was a lot for them to have to try and address at one time. Staff and families are still slightly confused about what next year will bring. They identified that there were a limited amount of resources available to assist staff with move due to the short time frame. Some of the buildings are still short-staffed, at least in the narrative that we need to address, as well as some teachers naturally had difficulty adjusting to new material and a new location that we would expect. For the successes, on the flip side, we saw Metro transportation getting some kudos, was doing good this year. Student dining was really on top of things, making sure that students were fed and ready for success. The IT help desk was extremely helpful, and all technology issues were resolved quickly. The templates provided from our communication team for use with stakeholders were great. And overall, they felt that the students have been mostly resilient and been able to take the changes in stride. Moving from staff to families and students, we tried to take questions from the previous surveys we've done from Panorama that we have also implemented into our current climate survey so that we can have some level of consistency in looking at a comparison. So for families, that came down to a composite rating of the overall favorability to the school. And that was something consistent that we can compare out of Panorama last year to our climate survey this year. As you can see at Mount Washington, we would have expected to see a count increase, and we did. The number of responses went up from 18 to 33. Unfortunately, the average response and favorability went down from 89% to 74.2%. Riverview has a slight challenge in terms of the number of responses this year at 5 is small. And that does create a challenge with being able to establish and assign the statistical relevance to the responses, right? Out of a sample size that small. But we do still want to acknowledge that even with the small sample size, the favorability went from 63% down to a 31.4%. Schroeder, again with that challenge in terms of being combined under last year for the Panorama, so it was 28 responses for all of Schroeder, not just Schroeder Middle School. Had a 36% favorability rating where Schroeder Middle School this year had an expected smaller number of responses and a slight decrease overall as compared to the high school as a total last year at 32.1%. Spencer more than doubled the response rate and also increased by close to 11 points on the favorability. For students, we focused not just on overall favorability, but the composite score of the question of basically how do you feel in terms of your belonging to the school? What is your level of rating for belonging? For Mount Washington, we can see the count went up in terms of number of responses that we would expect. But again, the average overall response for favorability went down from 72% to 61.2%. Spencer increased their responses by around 20 and increased by roughly 8 points. Looking at Riverview and Schroeder, I'm going to start bringing a bottle up with you. Looking at Riverview, and Schroeder both, we would expect to see, and we do see, a significant decrease in the number of responses. Obviously, from Riverview having the population now split between what is now Mount Washington, those students would count out Mount Washington. But we did see an overall increase from 43% to 54.9%, where Schroeder, as a total high school last year, was 44. The middle school performed better than the overall at 53%. Next slide. The next thing that we wanted to address, and was one of the inquiries that came up, was what is the overall academic impact of phase one? So the chart at the top is an excerpt of one that we're going to look at a little bit deeper here in a moment for phase two, but it really focuses on a couple of things. Shows us the current enrollment as of the October 15th snapshot, the overall cost or per pupil budget for the school, and the overall stars. Now, we won't really be able to judge the overall comparison until we get both at the end of the year for the OST testing as well as the report card next fall to really see how each of those component measures stack up to this current year versus last year. But along the way, we want to be able to look at all of our projectable measurements to see how we're approaching either improvement or decline as we go, right? So the first step of that is looking at our benchmark testing. So for the appropriate grades and the results for what we have for those schools, we can look at Riverview, which you can see, the chart basically reads top over bottom, okay? So for Riverview, reading, they had an 84.4% completion rate last year versus an 88.6% this year, which is an increase. In reading, the proficiency, the projected proficiency, which means that if they maintain the expected level of growth from now until the OST, this is the percent of students test that we would expect to be proficient or better. So for that, they increased in reading from 24.9% last fall to 28.2% projected this fall. Again, in math, you can see we had a slight decrease from 86 to 76 in the completion rate, but an increase in the projected proficiency from 13.2% to 20%. We're almost through the numbers. Spencer maintained a response rate fairly consistency around a completion rate fairly consistently around 100%. And you can see there from the chart, both in reading and math, they saw gains of 3% in reading and almost 10% or a little over 10% in math. So, wrapping up phase one, looking at cost, the cost analysis. So there's a lot of intangible costs necessarily from the internal work that was done. What we've tried to capture here are the actual realized costs that we had, the expenditures related specifically to phase one. You can see the various categories there, which total up to approximately $1.3 million. Okay? And now we turn our attention to phase two. With phase two, we have a whole lot of additional info and deeper dives that we want to get into based on the inquiries the board had. But there are two specific notes we wanted to make first. In the original board documents slides from the Saturday retreat, we had two typos. So this was a situation where throughout the presentation, there was consistency of information, except for in one area. Unfortunately, those mistakes slide through. We did want to note those as differences as to what will be on the public website, on our CPS website currently. Next slide. So as we continue to look at the legislative considerations going into phase 2, we've talked a lot recently about Senate Bill 308 and Senate Bill 295 as new legislature that's being investigated. But we haven't talked about the Ohio Revised Code 3313.411, which actually went into effect in 2013. So to summarize, essentially what this law states that began then was that any real property that has been used for school operations, including but not limited to academic instruction or administration since July 1st, 1998, but has not been used in that capacity for 1 year, or B, any school building that has been used for direct academic instruction, but less than 60% of the building was used for that purpose in the preceding year. Basically, if we have a building or a property that we've been using, we haven't used it for a year under their definitions, then it is eligible to be repurposed. So what that resulted in 2013, which has guided part of our work from the growth plan to avoid, is a repeat of the auctions that happened, where we were forced to list 17 properties in 2013. Those 17 properties, while not all of them sold, they are listed along the right, and you can see what the valuations were that provided for each of those. But the total valuation for 17 properties was slightly over $8.3 million. You can see, a little shockingly, that some of those properties were in the tens of thousands of dollars as to what they were sold for, and comparative to what we're talking about now in terms of our future growth, where it's millions for renovations of a building or the construction of a building. These obviously were sold well below anything we would be looking at today. Next slide. Now, this is the chart I was referring to earlier that had an excerpt for Riverview and Spencer. This is the entire list of all of our schools, minus the preschools, that has the current enrollment as of the October 15th snapshot that we talked about, the total per pupil budget, as well as the SAR listing. What this chart does not and is not particularly useful for is to try and draw a direct correlation to how much we spend on a per pupil basis to what the performance index and achievement outcome metrics and component would be on the state report card, right? So it's not really tying those things directly together. What it's more useful for, and what it does support, is that conversations we've had around the healthy enrollment. So you can see that there is a definite trending within the data for those schools that have the sub 60% utilization numbers we talked about, those sub 300 enrollment numbers. The overall trend that you see is that the per pupil cost tends to be higher in those environments because we lose the efficiencies. Next one. Now, to get into some of the very specific inquiries and questions that were raised, there was a request to better understand the reference of lottery seats as it pertains to junior highs, specifically Ethel Taylor, which we will use here as an example that helps us walk through a little bit better understanding what that lottery term is referring to in this case. So if we look at the west corridor now, and a lot of this assumes that the plan goes as it is written currently, so for ease of discussion, right? So if we look at the west corridor as it's proposed, there are approximately 500 sixth grade students who would be matriculating into a seventh grade pool for next year, meaning they need seventh grade seats. So when we look at that number of students, we're trying to figure out how do they matriculate through the corridor and across our district. So the first step is to find where those students are going to have their seats. In this example, we looked at Reese Price and LEAP are going to be expanding from pre-K 6 to pre-K 8. So their sixth grade students, approximately 75 in total, would be naturally matriculating within their school. Then we looked at the new Roll Hill, and recall that we were combining the elementary students from Ethel Taylor and Roll Hill into a single elementary. So those students matriculating from sixth grade to seventh grade would be about 55 a year for the projection of about 5 years. So we want to make sure that we reserve the number of seats that those students would need at Ethel Taylor as for the district benefit as well as the students' benefit as a local matriculation pathway for their seventh grade seats. Now, obviously, they have the option of not taking those seats, which would return them to the pool. So this is where that lottery part comes in. Those seats, as well as the rest of the seventh grade seats, are what we would refer to as the seventh grade lottery. So put all that together, basically what that would mean is students that are non-Montessori, they're not matriculating through a pre-K or K-12 system or a pre-K to 8 system or building, would be eligible for picking from the following options for their 7th grade seat. They would have Dater High School, which recall is going to remain a 712, Ethel Taylor, which will be the new West Corridor Junior High, an out-of-corridor option for Robert Taft High School, also remaining a 7 and 12, as well as if they qualify for the qualifying entrance district-wide programs at SCPA, Walnut, or Spencer. Okay, next slide. Our next question was around the 7th and 8th transition as a whole. So really, and in all transparency, as we were modeling out the back end of the growth plan, we followed 2 branches. One, it captured exactly that, was having the 8th grade students stay at the high school and matriculating to 9th grade so that we didn't have them leaving the building coming back. The other path had both the 7th and 8th grade going to either the junior high or middle schools. And as we walked through both of those models over a period of time, there were 2 complications that kept coming to the surface, which led us down the path of what we represented in the growth plan as it was. The first one of those is related to specialized units. So as those units are a 7/8 designation, and those are the students that are in it, we have a problem that if we move the 7th grade out and leave the 8th grade at the high school, then we have to choose where does the specialized unit go. If it goes to the junior high, there's no longer an 8th grade general education peer group and opportunities available to them. If we keep it at the high school, we no longer have a 7th grade general education peer group and opportunities available to them. So the third option would be to split the unit. Have the 7th graders go with the 7th graders, have the 8th graders stay with the 8th, but then we run into the problem, of course, of staffing and funding in terms of you would have to duplicate the services essentially into 2 units now instead of 1, which breaks a lot of the efficiencies we're going for. The second complication really was just a growth from there that expanded to the entire scope of the 7th and 8th grades. So we look at the teacher teaming for 7th and 8th grade and realize that the scheduling really takes advantage of those teams as a whole to be able to teach and cover classes for both 7th and 8th grade. So we run into the same complications that if we split the 7th and 8th grade, we then have duplicate staffing needs or at least an increase in staffing that would be for a very temporary arrangement. And that's not a scenario that we thought would be in the best interest of either the students or our staff. So we resolved back to ultimately the second branch of that where we, in the plan, called for both 7th and 8th grade to go to the junior high or middle schools together. Rothenberg, why 1 grade at a time? So it's really more of a question not just about Rothenberg, but about Hayes Porter as well. So recall we talked about Rothenberg becoming a Montessori elementary program, beginning with, and one slight correction, I think on the original we termed it as a preschool class. Well, really for Montessori, and talking to our Montessori experts that corrected me happily, we should really talk about a 3 to 6 age group community, right? So the first year, not necessarily just a preschool, but it would be that 3 to 6 age group community that we would be starting to build with, so preschool and kindergarten. But from there, we would matriculate 1 year at a time. The 2 reasons ultimately that came down that led to that path was 1, capacity at at Hayes Porter and at Rothenberg. There is not capacity in either of those buildings to do with what we've done in other locations in the plan where we've taken elementaries and combined them into 1 because there was capacity to do so. Between Hayes and Rothenberg, we don't have the space for that. We have the space to be able to combine a limited number, essentially 1 class, into each building to be able to matriculate through their overall program. The second part of that then enables us to have time to create the next level of the Montessori program for those students as they matriculate through the school. We know that we have limitations to our Montessori seats on both the east and the west side now. We are very confident that a Rothenberg Central Montessori program not only would draw some of those students from east and west, but it would also make additional Montessori seats available. If we don't have a place for those students to matriculate either to middle years or to high school, then we would be further contributing to the issues we have on both sides with space. So by doing this 1 year at a time, we basically are creating a scenario, but by the time those students are in their 5th grade year or in their 4 to 6 community, they're ready to matriculate to the next level. We would have to be in the situation where we've either purchased, found, created, built. In the plan, we've talked about the Hughes Annex as a possibility. The next matriculation pathway for those students. That was really where that one grade at a time comes from. Next. Continuing to focus on Montessori and looking at the east side specifically, as there's a lot of questions around there, we wanted to call out a couple of good data points to consider. So the first being, last year in the lottery, there were 49 students who chose Clark as their first choice, but did not get it through the lottery. They were unable to attend a Montessori program within CPS for high school. This year, we've just completed the Montessori lottery. That number increased to 90 students. So if we continue to compound that rate year over year, by FY29, we're looking at a cohort or a contingency for a full school of almost 450 students that would not be able to continue their Montessori programming within CPS. So just to put that in a little bit of context, that is larger as a population than 26 of our current elementaries. And not to get repetitive, but that includes Frederick Douglass, Rockdale, Taft Elementary, Carthage, Evanston, Chase, Hayes Porter, Ethel Taylor, Bond Hill, Saylor Park, Silverton, Winton Hills, Rothenburg, Cairns, Leap, John P. Parker, South Avondale, Woodford, and Roll Hill, Roselawn, Westwood, Mount Washington, Pleasant Hill, Covedale, College Hill, and Hartwell. Next slide. So then we look more specifically at the overall enrollment impacts to the proposed Woodford change to a Montessori middle school. So a couple of things to note here. One, as there seemed to be a lot of confusion last week that the specific area of Kennedy Heights being referenced for this is the area that is designated to John P. Parker's zone currently, not the Pleasant Ridge Montessori attendance zone, just for clarity. The second part is, as you look through the list, this is literally every student attending Woodford in a non-specialized unit currently and what their attending boundary is that they live in. So if you look at the majority, we do have the 32 that we've talked about previously that live in Kennedy Heights. That area would then be redesignated to be a part of the Silverton zone, so their neighborhood school would be Silverton. The next majority you have are John P. Parker, Pleasant Ridge, and Silverton. So combining all of those, remember that we called out there is a overlapping boundary now at Pleasant Ridge that we're proposing within the plan at Pleasant Ridge Montessori with John P. Parker and Silverton. So those students would all be eligible to choose between Silverton and John P. Parker as their new neighborhood school. So the majority of those students would continue to be going to a local school within that community group. Okay? Next slide. So to talk a little bit more in response to our immigrant family growth and our plans, Assistant Superintendent Chambers.
Thank you, Jeremy. Well, at the district level, we manage interpreting and translating services for parents, for meetings such as IEP meetings, 504 meetings, and parent conferences and community events. And what we also offer is support for native languages. And outside of the interpreting services, these services provide more ongoing support that's beyond just interpreting. The native language supports, their personnel are able to provide more ongoing, interactive, and engaging contacts with the parents at the various community events. We also have our welcome centers. Our welcome centers are able to provide centralized supports for housing, legal services, adult ESOL classes, and enrollment services. And we have currently diversified our staff to better serve our immigrant families. We currently have 4 bilingual social workers, and we have bilingual staff in both the customer care and the transportation centers. We have a Department of School Community Partnerships, and those are the people who organize our parent academies at the building level. Our College and Career Community Resource Center, we have parent focus groups for post-secondary planning for the students for their college and career readiness opportunities. And our staff participates in monthly and quarterly community resource organization events. And Rob, if you could click on that link for a second. And currently, we have 35 EL community partners that our CPS staff engages with, and this is to provide ongoing and continuous support for our families. And within our school buildings, we have EL family coordinators that are provided for schools who EL populations are greater than 20%. So currently, we have 14 buildings that qualify, and 13 of those coordinators are bilingual. We have 4 parent academies, and we are expanding those throughout the district. And these academies are essential as they provide our families with key resources and supports. Our family coordinators receive ongoing professional development to assist with resource coordination and the implementation of our parent academy topics to better serve our families.
So one of the questions was asked about the wrap and what type of services would be at the wrap if we were to open that building as wraparound services. We know that through Project Connect and Rebecca Beach's great work that there's a growing number of families who need assistance in our district. And as we look at that footprint across our entire district and looking at the needs, we've put just a couple of those up on the board for you. So as we look at trying to meet the needs inclusively of everyone in the district, obviously we're looking at food resources, those homeless folks who need housing assistance, clothing and shoes, personal hygiene, and laundry services. But that just touches on the basic needs. And we would like to expand the wrap to be much more than that. Now, not all these are going to be rolled out within the first year of the wrap, but we're looking holistically at what can we build it into and what kind of supports do our families need day in and day out that we should look at expanding. So over the next couple of slides, I'll share with you some of those. Obviously, educational support with academic assistance or even enrollment help. Health services, we know, is a very big growing trend where our families need continuous health services, whether that's mental health counseling or how to navigate Medicaid. Those two things are growing in our population as well. Next slide, Rob. Financial assistance and counseling, and we see that a lot of this goes hand in hand with not only being homeless, but then once trying to get back on your feet, having that financial assistance and counseling to be able to make sure that folks don't fall back into that trap that they started in. Obviously, legal support within that, and then community social services. How can we refer those individuals to areas that are experts in their fields, that we can get those referrals and make sure that those connections do happen. Outreach and education, and looking really at our partners and making sure those wraparound services really engage with those partner communities that we have. We also want it to be a very safe and welcoming space. We also want anyone who's in our district to be able to come in and feel as if they can get answers in one-stop shop and be able to staff it with staff who can answer not only questions, but get folks to the specific areas that they need. Technology and communications, another piece, as families, maybe they're homeless, don't have the ability to go to a library or somewhere else, but just having that access to either hotspots or technology. And finally, the one item that I know that Rebecca Breach brought up earlier in one of the board presentations is a stayover program. And so we want to start looking at what does it look like for those families who are homeless? Where can we give them shelter overnight so that they don't have to sleep in their car or somewhere where they're not comfortable at? So that's another thing that we're looking at diving deeper into. So the wrap by the numbers. The question was asked, well, how many students would we expect the wrap to deliver services to? So there's currently 3,000 Project Connect CPS students that the Project Connect team works with. There's also 1,000 non-CPS students, which they work with at different levels of service. We also know, and this number is very low, but we also know that there's over 11,000 economically disadvantaged students in our district, just by those who are receiving services somewhere else, either within the state, or in the county, or within the city. Next slide. So the question was asked about metro alignments and routes of our middle school, junior high school model. And so we've had some discussion with Metro, and they have looked at the plan. They obviously need more details before they look at exactly every single route and every single student. But on the surface, as they looked at the corridors, they do have north-south running transits that will help get students to their school with either one transfer or no transfers, so a one-seat ride or one transfer. They are looking at the numbers of students who are going through Government Square, and they anticipate that to be decreasing significantly, although transfers still will need to happen within the corridor if it's a more than one seat ride. Right now, we are providing more data to Metro so they can actually start to model what these can look like moving forward, to see if there are any situations in which they have to look at a specific route to see if they might need to change what they've been doing in the past. If you remember, they've always looked at our data and provided cross-town routes when needed to be able to alleviate those transfers. So the same thing will be happening again as they get new data rolling into next year. Next slide. Marketing communications. So if you want to click on the link. Okay, so we have a broken link. Oh, there it is. Okay. So all of our district performance, redesign, and sustainability growth is now on the district webpage with all of the phases, and all the information that we're providing here is then being uploaded here. So anyone in the community can actually go see the data and all of the information that we're providing in these board meetings. Go back. Okay. Off to Mr. Chambers again.
So to date, we've had 22 meetings with principals and one meeting with the school's ILT. As you can look, those meetings, engagement meetings started on September 4th with Ethel Taylor, Roll Hill, Western Hills, Douglas, Evanston, and Withrow. And they ended October 16th with Rothenburg. And that ILT meeting, as I mentioned, was on October 14th. So the engagement information, and this is with the school communities, primarily the LSDMCs. We began that engagement process on September 12th, and we started with the LSDMC for TAF, and that ran through October 25th with the engagement of the Clark Montessori's LSDMC. And with the community in general, we had 7 parent group meetings and meetings with 2 community councils. And the parent group meetings began on September 24th with College Hill and ended on October 30th with the Woodward parents. And our community council meetings, we've met with the East Westwood Community Council as well as the Walnut Hills Community Council. And for our upcoming meetings and engagement sessions, we have Superintendent Murphy with the growth office hours. If you look on the right, we have the dates and times for those growth office hours. We have upcoming November 7th at 4:30, November 14th at 5 p.m., November 18th at noon, and November 21st at 5 p.m. and November 25th at noon. So and we wanted to try to make these times so people with varying schedules will have an opportunity to engage with Interim Superintendent Murphy with those with the information concerning the growth plan. We currently have 4 meetings that are scheduled with LSDMCs beginning of November 6th with Rockdale. And we do have a date of November 14th with Rothenberg. We have 4 community council meetings that are on the schedule. November 14th, the Walnut Hills Community Council. November 19th, Avondale. November 19th, also the Kennedy Heights Community Council, and November 21st, the Evanston Community Council. And we also have scheduled 3 community town halls thus far. In Westwood, we will be at the 3rd Presbyterian Baptist Church at 6 p.m. on November 12th. And November 19th, we will be in Avondale, and that will be at the Living Church of God. And November 18th, we will be in College Hill at the College Hill Presbyterian Church.
So one of the questions was asked about the implementation timeline of the growth plan. So we're obviously doing community engagement September, October, November. We also know that in November, December, the lottery is going to happen. In December and January, we will start looking at spaces and room assignments as we look at each individual school, which class, which cohort, which classroom is going to go to an alternative school, and start looking at how we're going to make those transfers. We know that teacher transfer rounds happen in February and March. And then February through April, we're really going to take a really deep dive into the actual transition of one school to another. And then that will actually start in May as we make the transitions for equipment, supplies, and classrooms. We also, as we did in phase 1, we had multiple meetings with both principals and every director within the district, as well as senior leadership team meeting every week, because we had a short timeline, but it will be 3 times a month as we transition, as we put the plans together, making sure everyone's at the table at every step along the way. So we would call out if there were student dining questions, if there were move questions, if there were ITM questions. We were able to have everyone in the room and triage that right then and there so that someone walked out with an answer to their question at every step along the way. So we found that that worked really, really well. So we're going to be having meetings with principal cohorts, director cohorts, and then one with both of them so that we can be really efficient with that time. We're looking about anywhere from a half hour to 45 minutes per month for each one of those cohorts, moving forward from December all the way through July. Next. The question was asked about the facility 5-year repair and maintenance plan. So we have those costs up here as well. You'll see fiscal year 25 is much higher than the other years. The reason for that is we have pushed a lot of the expenditures from fiscal year 24 into 25. So by default, that work still has to get done, even though that we didn't have it on a previous reiteration of this total. So the total is the same, but the work that was done in 24, we did take that off, and then the work that wasn't done in 24, we added to 25. So on the link there, we also have everything built out to every single one of the areas of the comprehensive report, so we can see where every single dollar of that 160 million is going to go. Just a side note, these items were not adjusted for inflation. So as we get to the 27, 28, 29, we do know that there's going to be, a factor of whatever the CPI is to be able to add to that amount. And I think the last slide is the phase 2 cost analysis. So if you click on the slide, this is a work in progress. I know Treasurer Wagner started this spreadsheet, and we are all diligently filling it in as far as what the growth plan changes are, as well as what we think the expected costs are. So as we go through each one of the schools and the corridors, if you want to scroll down, Rob, you can see obviously the schools at the top, but then at the bottom, you can see some of the programmatic costs as we are putting those in, as well as facility costs. So some of, for example, the construction costs that we proposed, on some of them, we're just now in the discussion phase, so we don't know exactly what the designs and the scope of the projects or costs, so we have some placeholders there. But we're really building this out so that we can know exactly what the costs are going into Phase 2 across every single one of our columns, from everything from labor to renovations to building upgrades, technology, curriculum, supplies, all the way through the gamut. So I think that's it. Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. And now we'll, as we absorb all of this, we won't let anybody go. I'm sorry, you think you're leaving, I don't think so. We have any questions, comments, clarifications by board members or superintendent? Do you need to,
I think I want to just clarify two things. One, I wanted to address Schroeder's discipline for the current school year. Looks like a huge increase. I did speak with Principal Neal about it, and she did make comments about level setting and reteaching category 1, 2, 3, and what that means, what that looks like, and how we're documenting. She did feel that there was some work that the school could do in that area. The second thing on the climate survey that was referenced and the statistical relevance of it, that survey is still open, and so we are still having submissions.
thank you. Any questions for board members for well, I won't say these three gentlemen, I should say something else. It's so tempting that public's here. Mr. Lindy?
Thanks, Ms. Bolden. Are we talking about this topic again tonight? I didn't see it elsewhere on the agenda. Like, if it's a question about the
No, this
school
would-
reorganization,
This would be
this
the
is
time to do it.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify. I asked the same question a week ago. I just wanted to make sure I'm still right. Interim Superintendent, am I right in saying that there have been no decisions made about whether pursuing all of this?
That's correct.
Okay. I'll just reiterate the same thing I said at our last meeting, that I don't support the proposed changes. I look forward to finding out when there will be a date that's proposed for when we can vote on those. I think I continue to have both substantive concerns and procedural ones. I'll be very brief, but on the substance, it sounds like it's a $200 million plus price tag, plus the $160 million that we have to do our facilities maintenance. We're currently running a budget deficit. We have other costs that we're going to incur simply by trying to keep up with personnel expenses. And so if we're trying to add over $350 million to a budget that has already got a hole in it, I think there needs to be a really, really compelling rationale for why this is a must-do. And I just haven't heard that yet. On the procedure side, it really concerns me that there's a giant slide that says implementation timeline, and we have not decided whether or not to implement it yet. I think that sends really confusing signals to the public. And so it feels like we're trying to have it both ways, like we're trying to get this done and put off having to have a vote on something that's going to be controversial. And so I look forward to us having a vote on it. Thank you.
Yeah, these were just responses from the board from the last meeting. We were asked to provide a timeline, and the cost is not, as you're stating or what you're believing. I think what I would do to help improve it is you see a list of costs, but you don't see the comparison this year to next year, where the cost of teachers may be the same, may be different, that those two columns are not listed to provide a clearer picture. I would work on that.
Thank you, Superintendent. Other comments? Dr. Moffett?
So I appreciate the presentation from you three. I know it cannot possibly be easy standing up here.
Put your mic a little
given
bit
this.
closer to it.
So, can you hear me better?
Yeah.
Okay, so I appreciate the presentation, thank you. I do have a couple questions. Let's go back to slide 4. I was concerned about the discipline as well, and that number, I can't help but that's glaring at me, that there's 426. I'm hoping in my question that this is not out of school discipline, like, A to S. This is just, is this all discipline incidents that's inclusive of I to S?
Yes.
I'm sorry, yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Category 1, 2, and 3. Category 3 would be Promise Center. Yes.
And can you tell me what the total population is for reference regarding those schools? So, it says like Schroeder High School, 426. Is that out of 1,000? So that's 40%. Is that out of
I believe
500?
Schroeder's sitting at about 550 right now.
Okay.
The high school,
Just the high school? And what is the middle school?
about 220.
Okay. So that helps me with a little bit of point of reference for the discipline. I am just really big on discipline in all of our buildings, so I'm going to always be asking questions around that. Can you go to slide 6, Rob, please? Again, I kind of was a little taken aback that overall, the family panorama survey results counts are lower than the students, which is like, wow, we're getting the students to fill the survey out, but the parents are not. So that's concerning. And then are we still using Panorama? Are we not using Panorama?
This is through Qualtrics. Last year was the Panorama, so the 2023
Okay.
survey was Panorama. The current school year, we're using Qualtrics.
Okay. So again, I kind of like to see a point of reference around if 18 family members filled it out from Mount Washington, what's the total number there? I think at that time, for last year, 2023, they had a higher number of, is that the whole, or they had a lower number, I'm sorry, because we've now combined them. So the total, I guess for me, the whole point is just, I'd like to see point of reference of totals. And what, if we're talking about 18 people out of 100, that's different than 18 people out of 300. So again, I just would like to see point of reference. And also, I'm kind of impressed that the students are feeling that they're belonging, and that was very impressive there too. Can you tell me with regard to, I think the timeline question was asked, but I like this slide. I don't like it, but this slide is informational around the sale of buildings, Jeremy, Mr. Gullahu, that you presented on. I'm not exactly sure which slide that is, but you talked about having to sell property, and for lack of sounding redundant, because we talked about this extensively in ad hoc. I think it's going backwards. And the reason why we had to sell those buildings.
Stop. One more.
There you go, slide 10. Can you talk about, because we do have some pending legislation that we don't know, we will know by the end of November if 295 is actually going to be passed. It does not have context to it, so we don't exactly know what the meat of that looks like for the public, but that's something that we definitely need to be looking at. What was the timeline in having to close those buildings in 2013, being told that that was the case and actually having to be forced to reorganize? Do you know what the timeline was so that we had to do that? We were notified, for example, in
General
August,
counsel's coming.
and it was actually to be done by the next school year. Did the state give us time to reconfigure the district, or did they just tell us that it had to be done? I'm kind of interested in that.
So it precedes me a bit as well, but my understanding is that this was a part of the facilities master plan, that there were buildings that were becoming vacant or had been vacant. At the same time, the state is passing new legislation that talks about a requirement to sell or to offer for sale vacant school buildings. So I want to say the timeline that the state had put in was 2 years, but I would have to double check and confirm that.
Okay, Jen, does that sound about right for you?
It is 2 years, and I was here when all this happened. So in the
As was
facility
I.
master plan, the state said we were dropping enrollment. Their student projections had us dropping to 28,000 students, and so they forced us to downsize. We sold these buildings to help pay for this facility master plan, the $1 billion plan, in addition to what the state was giving us, excuse me, and then what we borrowed.
So I guess part of the reason for my question is around the concern of urgency. So I want to understand a timeline, and I think that's the reason why the question of a timeline was asked. We do have 295 that's pending, and if that passes in any capacity, forcing us to sell, and assuming that the number is around 60% as it was in the past, what would be the timeline that we would be looking at regarding moving some of our students, being forced to move some of our students because the state has changed their legislation? Will we be given time to do this?
Probably not. It's better off to be proactive about it, because a lot of times when they do these laws, particularly when it comes to budget, they'll pass a law in June and it'll be effective July 1. So you don't have a lot of time to react. I don't know, Dan, if you want to speak to this one.
I think it's hard to say what Senate Bill 295 will include. At this point, it's the Senate Education Chairman's bill to say that they should review the closure requirements, and he's citing the academic closure requirements. The law that's cited on the slide, though, is 3313.411. That is current law, that's current law that says that unused school buildings have to be offered for sale.
And that number is currently less than 60%.
That is the current law that is up there right now.
And there was a question asked by the community, I think specifically around Woodford, on how they determine the percentage. Are they looking at, I'm asking really for myself because I may have misspoken. Are they looking at specialized units and taking those students out, or are they looking at building utilization numbers versus enrollment?
Not clear from the statute language, and so it's just not clear. Again, there's two parts to the definition of an unused school facility. First is real property, so that's parcels of land that have been used in the past, but not in the past year. And then part B is a school building, that's an actual facility, right? And that they say, but is used for less than 60%, without definition as to whether they're talking about enrollment or square footage or, yeah. So
Okay.
I think it's not entirely clear.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions. Let's see. Oh, I do have one more. Is it, Mr. Gully, you talked about the challenge around, for our specialized units, deleting a grade level, and then those students wouldn't be able to have accessibility to a general classroom. Again, I'm ignorant in this, so please forgive me. Is it possible, has there been exploration on, rather than to move that class, to just not accept students for the incoming class and then have them, I guess, to be creative? So if we don't accept any more seventh graders, and then we've got that current seventh grader grade, and then an eighth grade, they would maybe go up, like, so that the students don't have to move, but we're just removing the services? Or is that really the same thing?
And I think, Dr. Moffitt, you would then have 2 units. You would be paying the price of 2 units. One where the new students who matriculated from 6th grade to 7th grade would be, and those 7th who went to 8th would be remaining. So that's the cost of the teacher, the cost of the para, the cost of what it is to do business for those 2 units as opposed to 1. The other piece Jeremy referenced was then the exposure to peers in the same age group. If you left them there would not be general ed 8th graders, for example, because they've moved on.
Well, I guess I'm asking, like, if we're going to have a middle school, we don't accept 7th graders for the old high school.
Yes.
But then we would already pay for them, the specialized unit, to be at the new middle school anyway. Is that right?
That's why we're saying move the whole thing, because you're in a current space now, 7th and 8th grade unit. For next school year, those 7th graders become 8th graders. The question is, do they have to move out of their current school? If they don't, great, there's a unit there for them. What happens to the 7th graders who would have been coming in? We've assigned them to their new school as upcoming 6th to 7th grade, so you have 2 units.
Okay. I think I got to get my question down more. I got to go visit the specialized unit so I understand too. But thank you.
But before I take another comment from a colleague, I would like to reiterate, as a person besides Jen, and I think Superintendent was here too, that 2013 law, as was mentioned, gave us 2 years. And indeed, we did have to sell properties we had no intention of selling and no interest in selling. The thing that the public has to know is that not only were we forced to sell our properties in an auction over a limited number of hours when it started, you had a limited number of hours to get rid of particular property, and guess what? First choice had to go to private charter companies. That was 2013. Now, we are 10, 12 years later, in the midst of the voucher giveaway right now, and also the possibility of this new law circulating. And what we hope for is, from our budget standpoint, this, as the treasurer is going to explain, and we've talked about it before, in the next 6 years, 7 years at the most, we will be going to the public for additional monies, be it renewal or new monies. Speaking to Mr. Lindy's comment about the amount of money, if part of that amount of money was the facilities plan that our wonderful administration has put together and shared with us, if I recall, 2 summers ago, actually, because I can remember where I was on the telephone, part of the conference, and I know when that was. That plan, we can't have that within our own budget. From a standpoint of, these are things that we're going to have to be going to the public, and we're going to have to be making decisions as to what we're going to be asking of our public and how much we're going to be asking our public. And when we go to the public, we're going to have to be able to justify what we've done, as well as with the folks nibbling at us, if you will, from Columbus. I would just hope that all of us, in whatever time we have to think and concentrate, please concentrate on the fact that the state legislature, if indeed this one issue passes and they are facing realignment of state house districts, that this state house legislature does not decide to pass this piece of legislation in the lame duck session. Just be hoping that that does not happen. But there's tremendous amounts of money, there's tremendous amount of work, tremendous amount of pressure, and indeed, the clock is ticking, but these are all things that the administration is coming to us, as we've mentioned, the superintendent's mentioned. There's no absolute decisions, but you cannot wait for the work to be done, because we can't make decisions necessarily unless our professionals are preparing the options and the thoughts and trying to react to what it is that we need to do. So I was going to go around the horn here, but go ahead, Jim. Excuse me, Mr. Crossett. Okay. Member Mapp, did you want to go next, as I'm going to my right and then I'm going to my left?
Yes, so I may
Thank
not
you.
get through all of my questions, but thank you for providing, detailed information for us to be able to assess and analyze. And I do want to say that I do echo in many ways the sentiments of Board Member Lindy. I am curious to know on that projected timeline, and I looked at the detailed timeline as well. It did not provide any additional feedback or updates to the board, and also an expected board approval date. So that is something that I would like for us to have maybe more information about, or something that you all can bring back. From the presentation, I do appreciate the recommendations around providing the additional supports to students and families that include the RAP program as well as the MLL. I think that is something that provides a lot of support that could be beneficial. But I do have some concerns as it pertains to the feedback that we received from phase one in terms of the barriers that were presented. So it seems to suggest that there were a lot of systems concerns in terms of making this transition happen. So my question is around what is the expectation, or what will be the, I guess, next steps for you all if this was something that was approved? What would that look like in terms of supporting the schools as well as the teachers and the students in making this transition as effective and seamless as possible? Considering the discussion or the recommendation is to move all of these schools within 1 year. So we had 5 schools experiencing significant challenges. What does that look like in terms of moving the majority of our district?
So I believe there's kind of 2 parts to that regarding systems. There was the feedback relevant to system changes within the platform, like our SIS and our LMS. And like I said, that were not directly related to that. Unfortunately, with the narrow time frame there, that was going to be an issue for all schools that we've talked about to some extent regarding those transitions, and they felt like it compounded some of that by having additional changes. With the longer time frame that we have now, obviously with those systems in place, a longer period of time, the training has now been completed at a much higher level. We will also be able to put additional supports around those systems for transitioning as a school were to move, to be able to help them navigate through the system and what the changing or transition period would look like within that. The second part, I'm kind of open interpreting what you mean as systems would be in terms of just the implementation systems for getting the actual physical moves and the resources there. And again, I think the significant change is the planning, forethought, and time that we have going into this phase versus phase one will make a night and day difference.
Okay, thank you. And so while we're on kind of the implementation and trying to go to the actual timeline, can you clarify as it pertains to, I know that the lottery is on the timeline, does that pertain to the lottery for like district-wide for everyone as it currently, as our programs or schools currently stand, or is this the recommendation for the 7th and 8th grade lottery?
No, that is the current lottery that would run for the entire district, the entirety of all of our lottery.
Okay, and so then, I guess, again, in the event if this plan was implemented, what would that lottery process look like for those students that would be matriculated into the 7th and 8th grade, given that, what were the schools? I think it was like Ethel Taylor and,
Evanston Schroeder Middle School.
yeah, what would that process look like?
So currently, we are in the process of the lottery as it stands now, running it under the current environment that we have, without reflection of these changes. If this were to move forward within that lottery window, then we would basically look at those students as having a option to go in and update their selections relevant to whatever changes we made. The lottery currently works in such a way that the last option you pick is the option that is considered your choice. So we can update that in terms of through the entire window to make additional choices available.
Okay, and then help me understand, in February to April, discussing the assessments of the facilities and renovations, as we're trying to project what the cost would be associated with this project, does that not seem far out in terms of timeline to determine what, I guess, maybe what the cost would be as it pertains to this recommended move?
So what we're really looking at when we look at the facilities, we know that our middle schools are going to need lockers. So we know going in that there's going to have to be some facility changes that are going to have to be made at those middle schools to be able to support those. So we know some of those going in. When we talked about having meetings with principals, we're also going to start that conversation with the school and school leadership teams early, so that we can start to say, what do you think you need in your buildings? We did that obviously over the summer with Schroeder Middle School and Riverview and Mount Washington. What we found was we didn't have as much time as we wanted to have those conversations. We did make it happen within the time frame, but it gives us the more of ability to elongate it so we can look more strategically at what are the conversations up front before we start our moves, before we start implementing those things, and having those conversations with the school and school leadership teams and teachers before they're actually in the new space and saying, what, can we have this? Or this, my old room had this, can I have that here? So some of those conversations happened after the fact. The other thing that I think that the time frame alludes to right now versus what happened over the summer is not a lot of teachers had time to pack up their rooms. So by default, if you're in a space, whether you're administration or a teacher, a paraprofessional, over years you accumulate. And so as we were moving, we found that we were moving a lot of stuff that folks had accumulated but hadn't purged. So they got to the new school and had to purge stuff that they know that they no longer needed. So given the time frame now, we're really going to move about half as much as we did before because folks will have had time to figure out what they need and to be able to purge some of that stuff that they've held on to.
Okay, a few more questions, and hopefully I'm done, and I'll try to make it brief. So we, under the last administration, under Superintendent Wright's administration, we as a board discussed not touching or impacting the walk radius because there was a lot of concern as it pertained to the community as well as us as board members. And so my only thinking around this is that if we're moving several schools and essentially creating like one junior high, high school, what is the thought around the walk radius and accessibility for our students and for our families?
So good question. Once we are going to model all of that as well, from yellow bus to metro to walk radius, to look at the entire picture of the whole transportation plan as we are moving forward. So we haven't done that yet. We are right now, obviously, in our discussion phase with the board. What is a little difficult is to model that over and over and over again because we are talking about 35,000 students with different models. If you remember last year, I think we modeled the walk zone like 12 different times to give different, it was almost per grade level, per school, how many students would be walking. So we can do that analysis again. We just haven't done that yet until we're set on the plan moving forward.
Yeah, I mean, because I would just imagine that it would be a lot further if we're saying a student from Bond Hill would be essentially going to South Avondale, right? That wouldn't necessarily be like walking distance, obviously. And so I think a lot of the corridors present that same challenge. And so I would love to see data around what you all's plans or thoughts are around that. And then my other question, and I presented this at the last meeting, we received a slide that said these are projected plans pertaining to the city development. I would like to know what that research and that data and those conversations entail, because again, if this is something that is driving our decision-making, I would like that to be included in the conversation. So can any of you share any insight with us today about what those trends are and what we're seeing, or what you all are seeing?
I'm going to interject there. I think one of the responses was that some of that discussion with the city folks and the county folks would be less, it would be not good necessarily to have that as a public discussion because it's a matter of real estate and development decisions that are not yet part of a number of decisions. But I think we could find perhaps within, if we could find a notice for executive session, that would be maybe if it somehow is part of property. But I think that would be kind of difficult right now. But maybe in our combined meeting with city council, to the degree that the city council folks might be wanting to share, I think that would be a great topic.
Yes, I will definitely ask that question again, because I think that not only for, again, for us to make the informed decisions and know how we're driving this recommendation from the administration. Also, I think that the community should be informed about that. And then lastly, and I'll end here, so as far as the Riverview students, their programming with animal science and medical bioscience, all of those programs, what is the average amount of students that's typically enrolled in those programs?
That is
Or
not
per
a data
class,
point.
maybe.
That's not a data point I would have on hand, but I can definitely send that to you afterwards.
Okay, because I am curious to know what that will look like, as you brought up the concern around staffing, if these programs will even be able to be maintained if we don't have the necessary amount of students enrolled in these programs or teachers to staff that. And then the other question around that is this optional? Are the programs optional for students at Riverview? Or do all of them kind of select a program to be enrolled in?
That health tech program was their career and technical education pathway. So all of those high school students should have been touching that pathway.
Okay, I guess I'm a little confused in terms of it's 62 students that's enrolled currently in those classes, and there was, 148 students that remain at Riverview, so all of them should be enrolled in a program, correct? Am I
They
not
should be
understanding that
enrolled
correctly?
in a program. Now, how, we can look at their master schedule to see how they finalize that. I'm not sure how that decision was made at the school level.
Okay, so, yes, if we could have additional, information about that. And I'm finished.
Great, thank you, Member Mapp. Vice President?
I will be very quick. First, I just want to say I would like to thank Interim Superintendent and, of course, everyone else on your team for being able to come back and bring to the board the information that we needed. And, of course, we would like some more information, as you've heard. I do just want to state that these are all recommendations. So I want the public, I want parents, I want students and families to just hear that these are recommendations. And moving forward, what I really liked hearing about this presentation is the engagement sessions moving forward. I'm very big on the families being involved, students being involved, and being very intentional with those engagements. So my charge would be to the superintendent and to her team is, as we're moving forward, I know that we got some information from families and staff members before. Moving forward, let's really listen to their voices and what are some things that they may want to suggest, what are some things that they like, what are some things that they don't like, because what I'm hearing mixed things throughout the community. Some people like everything that has been proposed. Some people don't like certain things. Some people are willing to say, okay, we can do this and maybe we can change this. And I know as a board member, I want to make sure that I am given every piece of information to be able to make a decision. And what you've given me today, obviously, I can't make a decision right now, but I like the fact that you gave us a little bit more. What I really am looking forward to is hearing the community and hearing the staff members and hearing the students moving forward. So I just want to end with saying thank you for giving us this. I think you did address some of the inquiries that we had at the last meeting. And of course, there are some more things to address further along. But I want to thank you all for providing us with this particular 33 pages of slides. And hopefully the community can go back and reread through some of these. I know there has been a lot of misconceptions, whether it's on Facebook, social media. I want families to come to the board meetings, to get online, to listen, to really go through the documentation and not just assume things and state that these are the changes that are occurring. They are not. These are proposals. And I will end with that.
Thank you, Vice President. Chairman Craig?
So I will also try and keep this brief because I know we have folks who have been waiting more than now, like an hour and a half to provide their thoughts as well. And so I think that's important to get to those. But just a quick few thoughts from me. I have to say the numbers that we are expecting or that we're projecting and that was mentioned at the board retreat and that are again thought to be our projections of where students will be going to these schools, I don't think it's reflected in what we see already from what was done with the Riverview students. And that, what we were told is that a good portion of those students would just transition to Mount Washington pretty simply, and I don't think that happened, right? I think we had a good portion that did, but I don't know that numbers reflect that we were going to see a complete transition. And I think the fact is The reason we didn't see it is because parents had to make choices. They had to decide whether or not my kid going to this school here, which I liked and I loved, makes sense anymore. They had to make a choice to say whether or not I wanted to take my kid, even though this may have been a far distance, I got to go even further to go to this school. And that, for me, is not something we factored in or thought about, as if the idea that folks will make these changes and to simply appreciate that or pick those things because it's simply what's being offered. And I think that part for me is where I do think we are getting a little bit, our projections that we'll see these numbers just doesn't still ring well with me, and I appreciate Board Member Mapp raising that question again. I think, and that's not, again, to nothing to the hard work that was done to do this, but I think it's just a reality that we're operating under one lens. Folks who are raising their kids, folks who are working in our district, they're operating in those schools, are operating under a different lens. And so their decisions have to be not based on what we would project or what we think, but what's in their best interest. And I think we do need to be worried about that. One thing I do want to raise as a concern to me, and this is where I struggle with any of these doing so much of the change in one time and so much of the district changing in one fell swoop, is that we moved a number of students. We had a whole conversation about the autistic students that were at Riverview and having units that were willing to accept them and schools that were willing to accept them. And one of the schools that accepted several of those students was a school that we're now transitioning out of being the school that has those programs. So, I mean, I think we really do have to be very careful in saying that we're simply going to be able to move folks from one place to another, because it's not simply just one move for some students. Now this is the second move they'll have to make. I think the other part, which is realistically the real issue with school funding as a whole, but I mean, we can spend all night on that, is that we do have competitors who are offering things through charters that we simply are not going to, the state's not giving us the funds to cover what our kids cost to begin with, and they're not going to increase that funding. And so I do think we have to have some level of stability to the educational programming and offers that would allow a parent to say, my child is stable in this space, my child is flowing up through these channels and is able to gain something. We heard that last week with several of the folks who came in for Woodford, but I think that's true of all of our schools, that we have to be very conscious that doing so much change at one time is not stable. And for folks who view it as not stable, will not want to necessarily stay in that space. The last thing I will say, and I think this is where I appreciate the hard work that was done to provide a lot of the details around costs baseline. I know, again, we talk about this a lot more in the budget finance, and I'm looking forward to having a discussion about our facilities needs in budget and finance coming up. But I do think we have to also ask the question of what is the thing that we will take off to cover the cost of the things that we're adding on. And I think this is a hard question that before we make any plans to make substantial changes to the district, we as a board have to be willing to say we are giving something up, because this is going to cost more next year than it will this year. And it's just a reality. Nothing in what we planned to say we're getting rid of a building, nothing in what we planned to say we're going to get rid of a single staff member. So in theory, we are not losing any costs or losing any, costs to the district by some of these moves. We may be becoming more efficient, and there may be some long-term benefits to that, and I appreciate that. But the reality is, if you move kids who are at 4 to 6, or move kids who are at a K through 6 to a different school, and you move other kids into their school, it's not really saving us dollars. It's really moving the dollars and how they're spent at this point. And what I worry about is, again, doing so much of that in 1 year, as opposed to allowing some stability, allowing us to get some measures, allowing us to see some of that change, and then adjusting and fixing and nurturing that so that it's more of a groundswell up of this has worked, so now we can do more, as opposed to y'all just endure or persevere through it. And that's what it kind of feels like in a lot of ways here. Again, I appreciate all of the hard work and all the information you have brought us. Again, I think this is where we need to keep moving, is having discussions about this. I just would also hope that we look at potentially looking at how we can piecemeal or break apart some parts of this in a more realistic fashion, because I do think And again, we've heard positives, we've heard negatives from folks, and that's just the nature of the business, right? We're going to hear some folks who love all the ideas and some folks who can't stand every single idea we come up with. But the reality is that there is some real cost. And if we're not talking about those, if we're not addressing those, if we're not actually planning for those, we're going to end up in a position where these changes are going to cost us more and we have no way to pay for. And that's my other lasting comment to this, is that my fear is that we will end up in a space where we have committed to doing stuff and then we have to make hard decisions that don't feel good because we're going to have to sacrifice something that's really, really, really important because we've already committed to doing something that may not have been as high as on our priority. So thank you for all your hard work for this.
Thank you. Mr. Crossett?
Yes, I want to start off, I want to thank Interim Superintendent Murphy and your team for not being placeholders. This is a project, this is an issue that's been long overdue, that's been needed to address in the district. And it's something that we probably should look at every year so that it isn't this giant thing that we have to do all at once. And also, I think the work that you guys have done and Interim Superintendent is very professional and very thoughtful. Having been in your seats during my career, these are not easy things to put together, and I think there's probably a bunch of school districts in Ohio would give their eye teeth to have you three on their team. I did want to say that we should probably be doing something like this anyway every year. We owe it to the taxpayers to be efficient. We don't need necessarily the state to tell us that we have to do stuff or we're going to sell a building. So for whatever that's worth, I do appreciate the timeline. It looks like there's some feasibility to some of these changes, which is important. I think it would be important to get a budget number for FY26. I know there's a big number out there of 200 million, but I don't think that's many years. I think we need to look at just what does FY26 look like. And in particular, with the Mount Washington number, I noticed the biggest cost there was staffing. I'm assuming that as Riverview phases down, there'll be some savings on that staffing. And so there may be other savings in staffing that could be in beyond FY26 as these changes roll out. So don't forget to include the savings as well as the cost that you're looking at. And to Board Member Craig's point on not knowing necessarily where all the students are going to go, you might want to do some attendance scenarios, maybe look at some possibilities than just having the one projection of where you think the students go, if you have time. And also, I mean, I understand our Board Member Craig would like to do this maybe over time. Keep in mind, there's pending legislation coming from Columbus that may not give us the time. So just keep that in mind. The last thing I wanted to say was that the institutions, the organizations that provide the most value to communities are not necessarily the highest ranked communities. They're not necessarily the newest institutions. The ones that provide the most value are the institutions that adapt the best. And we have to continue to try to adapt to our student populations, to our neighborhood changes, to government legislation. And so that's why I want to say thank you for not being a placeholder, because if we don't adapt, we're going to have big problems in the long run. So that's my comment.
Thank you, Mr. Crossett. Any last comments as we move on? We appreciate the patience for the audience as we completed this old business. And we are ready to move on to our new business. Thank you very, very much. Do members have any acknowledgements or announcements? Kudos, if we'd like to use our old terminology. Mr. Craig.
I just would like to acknowledge all those wonderful parents that will have to be watching their kids tomorrow. I feel for you. So, but it is a great thing that we give people time to go and vote.
Okay. Any other acknowledgements, announcements by members? I have one, and Rob, I think this is one that I'd like to share. This is a several-minute video that is highlighting something that is in the treasurer's report tonight. And what's in the treasurer's report tonight is an agreement between the district, and it's a treasurer authorized to enter into a ground lease with the National Camping and Education Foundation for the construction of the Robert Schuman Urban Wilderness Center at Aiken New Tech. And let's put a little picture to that as everybody else starts to get ready, because we'll be going then right to our public comment. I'm going to do this first, just as a break, and then we'll do the retirements and your announcements.
For over a decade, the Camping and Education Foundation's Urban Wilderness Program has made nature accessible to students of all ages, abilities, and backgrounds. Urban Wilderness was launched in 2012 in Cincinnati, Ohio, where the foundation maintains its year-round headquarters. Today, Urban Wilderness reaches over 3,000 kids annually and engages with 37 schools across 6 states.
Rob?
Through unique outdoor experiences, students gain self-confidence, learn to work as a team, and develop an enduring affinity for nature. Urban Wilderness draws on its expertise and its full-time staff from its 2 summer camps in northern Minnesota, wilderness camps that offer the finest outdoor experiences in the country. Urban Wilderness serves kids of all backgrounds, with an emphasis on underserved populations, with support coming from a wide variety of grants and donations. The Robert Schuman Urban Wilderness Center will be a first, a forward-thinking collaboration between the Camping and Education Foundation, Aiken Tech High School, and Cincinnati Public Schools. The center will be dedicated to Robert Schuman, longtime camper and staff man at the Foundation summer camps, who passed away in the winter of 2022. Robert fought a long and courageous battle with bipolar disorder, but he found ways to bring joy to his students every day. Robert was a camper and staff member at Camp Kuchaching from 2006 to 2021, where he flourished in multiple roles throughout the summer, including wilderness trip head and department head teaching archery, riflery, and woodcraft, and overseeing the camp's facilities and operations. Robert also worked full-time for Urban Wilderness, specifically heading up our leadership initiatives with high school teams at Aiken Tech. The center will not only honor Robert's legacy and passion for the outdoors, but will also help raise awareness for mental health and wellness and the vital role that outdoor education, like Urban Wilderness, can play in helping our youth overcome these real-life challenges.
Be kind, do at least one act of unbargaining service each day. Seems simple, but if you apply that philosophy to your daily life, and you actually go out of your way to do one act of unbargaining service each day, then you're making someone else's day better every day.
Today's youth are bombarded by countless distractions, such as technology, social media, and overscheduled school sports, which prevent them from experiencing a connection to nature enjoyed by previous generations. Being outside is good for us. Research shows that spending more time in nature improves our overall health, cognitive functioning, and sense of well-being, and most importantly, leads to better environmental decisions. Since its inception 12 years ago, Urban Wilderness has worked to make our programming more relevant and more engaging. STEM, STEM, STEM. Science, technology, engineering, and math come alive. The canoe building process brings classroom lessons to life with practical, creative, and hands-on applications. Kids will often be skeptical. Can a pile of wood become a boat? Can we learn to use the saws, planes, spokeshaves, and drills? How will we guide our canoe down the river? When it is their time, kids take the chance to lead the way. Teachers are often surprised to see who steps up to help others succeed. Before too long, the kids are helping each other, and the sense of accomplishment and pride is empowering. Aiken Tech High School, one of our longest-standing partners, is a premier project-based learning high school located on the west side of Cincinnati. It is surrounded by 60 acres of green space and woods with a trail system that connects to Mount Airy Forest, a 1,500-acre nature preserve. Aiken Tech is the perfect site for the Robert Schuman Urban Wilderness Center. At the heart of the Urban Wilderness Center will be a bi-weekly after-school program built on the Foundation's 1 to 2 week boatbuilding program. Over the course of the semester, youth will learn and master woodworking skills while learning not only how to execute, but how to teach intricate concepts. Students will develop and explore their leadership styles through team building and creative project-based activities. The semester will end with a 1-week internship at a local business where students will apply their skills and reflect on their growth. Returned students will have the opportunity to be group leaders and to learn how to support their classmates in personal and skill development. Perhaps the most valuable aspect of this experiential learning process will be life skills students acquire that help lay the foundation to become successful citizens. The Camping and Education Foundation has retained Messer Construction of Cincinnati, Ohio, to oversee the design and building of the Urban Wilderness Center. The design and budgeting process is complete. Drafting of blueprints and permitting will commence in the fall. Construction will begin after funding has been secured with a target of early spring 2025. The following categories reflect the targets to help support the Camping and Education Foundation's Urban Wilderness Program and its new Robert Schuman Urban Wilderness Center. On behalf of all of us at the Camping and Education Foundation and the Schuman family, we thank you in advance for your consideration. Please visit urbanwildernessprogram.org to learn more about urban wilderness and how you can make a difference while honoring Robert's legacy.
Thank you, Rob. My kudo goes to the foundation. The contribution that will be on that campus for our students is a total of $1 million. And we'll be servicing our students for 30 years by agreement. So I appreciate, that's my kudo. That's what partnerships are all about, and actually a rather huge one indeed. So Superintendent, on that good news, also let's hear some good news regarding retirements and any other announcements you have.
Yeah, a little bit more good news. We do have one retiree to celebrate today. Miss Sarita M. Poole is a preschool teacher at Rising Star Academy at Carthage. Congratulations. And then just a few kudos I'd love to share. On the next slide, Rob, thank you. So this kudos goes to Mr. Will Johnson and our School and Community Partnerships team for facilitating the Leadership Day at the University of Cincinnati just this past Monday. And thank you to Sierra Badgett, the Director of School and Community Partnerships, for his work in leading our Hawksworth Blood Drive just this past Tuesday. And on the next slide, we want to thank you for a job well done to the high school students who participated in the Student-Led Violence Presentation Panel. This was moderated this past Friday by Local 12's Kyle Inskeep. Congratulations goes to Emily Maroney and our college team for College Week, which was October the 21st through the 25th, went really well. And then finally, in our athletics department, to our football teams who entered tournament play this past weekend, congratulations to Aiken, Schroeder, Taft, Walnut, and Withrow, with additional kudos to the Taft Senators for advancing in tournament play.
Thank you, Superintendent. Madam Vice President, chair is yours.
Thank you. We are now at the item on our agenda for hearing of the public. Each speaker will have 2 minutes and will address the comments to the presiding officer. If you are online, once a request to speak has been granted, you will be invited to enter. You should click on the camera icon to go interactive, provide your name, affiliation to the district, school community, topic, and contact information if you would like a response to any questions that you might have. This request is consistent with board protocol, and we appreciate your help. In the unusual event that someone is not willing to follow this protocol, we do reserve the right to end that person's time. Each person will have 2 minutes. When the timer goes off, your time is up. Please refrain from discussing any personnel items. And after speaking, if you are online, you'll briefly see the welcome screen again as you transition back to the live stream of the meeting. Finally, we ask that your public commentary be respectful of all listeners. And I will ask Mr. Wilson, how many online speakers do we have? Okay, so before we go into the one, I'm going to actually call down 10 names. We have enough seats down here. If you could come on down once your name is called in the order so that you'll know when to come to the mic. If I do mispronounce your name, please excuse me. The first person is Ephraim Coates, Ann Coates, Casey Irvin, Andy Saylor, come on down, Brant Smith, Elena Keller, Heather Gerker, Michelle Lightfoot, Vince Cross, I hope that's correct, and then Cassie Newman. You can just come all the way across to the very last seat so that everyone can fill in. Great. All right, I think we are ready for our online speaker.
Will you announce Michelle Dillingham?
Say it again.
Will you announce Michelle Dillingham?
Will I announce Michelle? Oh, yes, sorry.
Michelle Dunn, I'm sorry.
Okay, we have Michelle Dunn.
We'll think about that.
Hi, it's saying my video won't start. Oh, there it goes.
There you are.
Hi, good evening. My name is Michelle Dunn, teachers. We are frustrated with some members of the board.
We currently can't.
At the same time,
So Michelle,
can't hear me?
You're going in and out, so I'm not sure if it's the
oh,
connection. So
that's frustrating. I can submit my comments in writing. Am I still going in and out?
no, you sound good now, so go ahead.
Okay. All right. So we're just frustrated with some members of the board not wanting to make decisions, but at the same time not moving forward to appoint or hire Superintendent Shauna Murphy. Our district is under serious threat. There's legislation moving through lame duck session at the State House where there's a supermajority Republicans. I received a briefing this evening earlier on what is moving through lame duck, and it is real. It could be pushed through before the end of the year. And one of the most aggressive is what you've been talking about this evening, Senate Bill 29 and grab for the charter industry, who would be given over our public school buildings if our enrollment drops under certain thresholds. To Board Member's point, of course, we want stability. But thankfully, tonight it reminded us that this in particular is not in our hands. Programs we were back in 2013. Critical changes in this growth plan to fix student transportation for students with disabilities, more career tech. These are all board members to not obstruct. When you threaten no action, we can only assume that you have some other agenda going on, and it is not one that is about our students. The growth plan is really about right-sizing enrollment in response to this direct threat, which definitely needs to happen. A superintendent search, we feel, is a waste of precious time and resources. Why we would want to go on a national search again to bring in like another Chiefs for Change superintendent who's just going to go back to abysmal morale, uncontrolled spending on administrative bloat, blowing through our budget on one-time spending.
Thank you so
we cannot
much,
go
Michelle.
backwards. Thank you. Please hire.
Thank you. And do we have anyone else online? Was it just the one? Okay, so up first, did I say your name correctly? Okay, it's Ephraim Coates. You can head on over to the mic, and you may have to pull it down just a little bit so we can hear you. All right.
Hi, my name is Ephraim Coates, and I currently go to PLM, Pleasant Ridge Montessori, and I am in the 5th grade. I have been really looking forward to going to Clark Montessori. I know that Clark is a very fun and educational school, and now I might not be able to go there because of the changes and because it won't be as Montessori as it would have been if there weren't any changes to Clark. I think that this will definitely have a change on a lot of other families that could massively affect their lives in a way that it would be hard for them to figure out what to do next and how to move on from the situation that has occurred. I think that this could cause some families that have desired to go to Clark to end up not going to Clark. I hope that you side with the families who don't want this to happen. I also think that if you side with the families, that choice will benefit more people. Please save Clark.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker will be Ann Coates and then followed by Casey Irvin.
My name is Ann Coates. I want to express my current concern for splitting Clark and the Montessori experience. I have heard the superintendent say there are 90 kids on the wait list for Clark, but it feels like the lottery was moved up before the Walnut and SCPA results have been given just to prove a need for this interim superintendent's plan. It feels like a fear tactic was implemented to push your own agenda. I hope that whoever is signing off on this non-Montessori split would not self-benefit or receive a promotion. A truly independent panel should be involved in this decision, with their names listed and nothing hidden and nothing to gain. If the board doesn't see the benefit of having a school for children with special needs, as I do in Woodford, maybe a better option would be for splitting Pleasant Ridge Montessori from a neighborhood school and moving a full pre-K to 6 magnet Montessori into Woodford. PRM is already at capacity for the new addition. Most of the families there prioritize it being a neighborhood school, and the families that prioritize Montessori would still be in the neighborhood. The principal of PRM, Ms. Simpson, brought up the need for possibly making PRM a magnet school last year in LSDMC meetings. I love that PRM is a neighborhood Montessori, but none of the 9 to 12 teachers are Montessori accredited and feel they need to teach for Walnut and not teach for Montessori. With that, how do you plan on finding Montessori trained staff? We can't even find Montessori teachers as is with Xavier Partnership closing. Please understand that the success of Clark and realizing the harm only having 7th and 8th grade without having the older kids model the behavior as in a traditional Montessori setting provides. The failure at Schroeder is going with the discipline. The failure going on at Schroeder with discipline is why I don't want this to happen. Please save Clark.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker.
My name is Casey Irwin. You may recognize me from your last meeting where I spoke about my concerns around transportation and busing if Phase 2 of your plan were implemented. Today, I am begging you to address the real issues with this plan and produce tangible evidence the decisions you are making for our children. The unique education options our district prides itself on offering and the communities you serve. Montessori accreditations are at risk at Clark and Gamble. STEM accreditations are at risk at Hughes, and hearing impaired children will lose the safety and security they need at Woodford. Make this make sense. We hear so much about losing students and becoming the Cleveland School District, and here you are again yanking us parents around and not being transparent about enrollment numbers at schools like Woodford and hiding the truth about your decision-making process. You demand the loyalty of your community while giving us no respect or consistency in return. This is a two-way relationship, and we need you to start acting like it. The school board's job is to represent the need of your entire community, make sound educational decisions, and at least pretend our concerns will be addressed and that you have not already made your decision about the Phase 2 plan. We need you to know that we do not trust you. We do not want to become Cleveland, and the students and families you represent need better from you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker, Andy, followed by, is it Brandt?
Hello, my name is Andy Saylor. I'm a proud graduate of Clark Montessori Junior and Senior High School, class of 2014. I serve as an alumni representative as well as treasurer for the Clark Montessori School Foundation. We had our annual fundraiser over the weekend where multiple current and former junior and senior high staff joined us to celebrate our 30th anniversary. Alumni, parents, and community members all came out to support us. I'm a lifelong Montessori kid, as we like to say. I've attended Montessori K through 12. Coming to Clark Montessori Junior and Senior High School was one of the best decisions I've made in my entire life. In the classroom, I enjoyed learning alongside my peers, even if we were in different grades or working on different projects. I sought my own mentors when I was in advanced math, reaching out to ninth graders while I was still in junior high. Montessori education brought out the best student in me. Outside of the classroom, I thrived even more. I was on the Clark Montessori Junior and Senior High School swim team. Truthfully, I was not a very good swimmer, so I practiced with the junior high even as a freshman. I quickly became a part of EPIC, our student-run theater department. Even as an 8th grader at Clark Montessori Junior and Senior High School, I was on stage with every other grade, 7 through 12. Clearly, my experience at Clark Montessori Junior and Senior High School was furthered by the opportunity to spend time with students of all grades, not just junior high and not just senior high. I'm the child of a Montessorian, the student of several Montessorians, and the friend of many Montessorians. I hope that you take my experience into consideration, but I also encourage you to listen and respect the knowledge of the Montessorians providing guidance and find a sustainable solution over a Band-Aid. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Hi, everyone. I wanted to start out just by saying thanks for your commitment to the education of the young people in Cincinnati. It's a huge, daunting job. I feel like the luckiest guy in the world that I'm a career teacher, 30 years in education. I moved to Cincinnati in 1994 to help launch Clark Montessori. We had 4 teachers, 1 program coordinator, 73 students that first year. You can see how it's grown, and we just celebrated our 30th birthday. There's a lot to celebrate. It came about because parents wanted a Montessori option beyond 6th grade. And with the success of Clark, a second Montessori program was offered at high school level. So clearly the program is successful. Not only that, in 2007, a group of teachers from Clark began a training program inviting teachers from across the country, and really it has turned out across the globe, to come to Cincinnati to get their Montessori secondary training. And Clark Montessori as the model, the 30-year model for what secondary Montessori looks like. People are checking us out. If you think that pulling 7th and 8th grade out somehow equates with the same model, it does not. It is not a quality decision. 2 minutes doesn't allow me to really give a compelling argument for that. So what I did was I emailed all of you guys today. I gave you my contact information. I want to stand here and invite you to use me as your tour guide. I'm happy to take you through Clark and let you see it in operation. And then through my lens of being boots on the ground for 20 years at Clark, I would love to show you why it operates the way it does and why the importance of keeping the 7th and 8th grade with the rest of the high school throughout our secondary Montessori options. And thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker, Elena, followed by Heather.
My name is Elena Jordan Keller. I'm a proud 2014 graduate of Clark Montessori and currently serve as an alumni representative and secretary on the Clark Montessori Foundation. I am one of the over 235 alumni and alumni families who signed a letter in opposition to the board's proposal to remove junior high students from the Clark Montessori building. I am not speaking on behalf of all alumni, but I believe this shows that the students and families who have gone through the Clark Montessori curriculum as it was intended understand how integral this multi-age learning environment is to our school. I want to talk about my personal junior high experience at Clark to give concrete examples on how multi-age learning environments can positively impact the psyche of a student. As a 7th grader, my steel drum band was able to play in the same concerts as the high school steel drum bands. I felt proud to show off the music I was learning and inspired to try harder so that I could someday play at their level. As an 8th grader, I watched the senior class compete in and nearly win a nationwide competition highlighting some of the best public high schools in the country for a chance to have then President Barack Obama come speak at their commencement. If these seniors at our school could capture the attention of the White House, what could I do when I was a senior? At Clark, older students act as leaders and mentors. The 7th graders you help guide through the classroom will help guide the next group of students, and so on. This is an essential part of Clark Montessori's culture and curriculum. The board says that this change will allow all students to have access to the secondary Montessori education that Clark provides. But by removing the 7th and 8th graders from our building, the education we provide will be fundamentally changed and not for the better. We are facing a very real building capacity issue, but I hope we can come together to find a solution that is the least disruptive to our school students and staff, and that allows Clark Montessori to continue to provide a world-class education. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker.
Hello. My name is Dr. Heather Gerker, and I was here last week representing the letter that Elena just mentioned. We now have almost 400 folks who have signed on to that letter, and each of you have received it a couple of times from me. Thank you to those of you who have responded to me. I also, other than just being a parent here in Cincinnati Public Schools, I am also a researcher at the University of Kansas, where we focus on Montessori research and learner agency research. I just wrapped up a national study that looked at the way policies influence Montessori pedagogy. Do you want to know what the number one way that happens? District-level mandates. District-level rules and decisions that do not take in regard the Montessori pedagogy. I could list several that have happened here in Cincinnati in the past. I could also list several that have supported our Montessori programs to flourish to the point that they are now. But I'm here today to again ask you to reconsider splitting up our Clark Montessori. A third, 7th through 12th Montessori program is the best path forward. And like Brant said, we would love to support in making that happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Michelle, followed by Vince, followed by Cassie.
Hi there, my name is Michelle Lightfoot. I have a current 10th grader at Clark Montessori whose dream was to go there since she was a kindergartner. Her babysitter is a Clark alum, and that's all they did, all they talked about. This decision doesn't currently affect my life or my kids' life because I don't have any more kids after her, but it will change her Montessori accreditation at that school when she graduates in 2.5 years. Please don't change this. The kids, the junior high kids thrive with being with the high school kids. Her trip to Andros, every single parent said, your kid will come back changed. I didn't believe them. She is a completely different kid. She is more outgoing. Her desire to travel, her desire to experience new things is something I never had going to a public school. This is too important to change. Please keep Clark Montessori the way it is and the way it has been thriving. Please save Clark.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Vince Krause, and I'm not up here tonight as a Montessori expert. I'm relatively new to the concept in the grand scheme of things. Several people that have spoken before me know a lot more about it. But what I am is a parent of a young daughter that's now grown up in the Montessori system. And I've had a chance to see that firsthand, and I've had a chance to see that continuity play out at the younger levels. As she enters her middle school now, I remember back to the elementary levels, and she went through the younger years like everybody, right? But when she got to the older years and she was in that mentoring step, that's where Montessori kicks in, the mentoring of the younger kids, and that's where she thrived and flourished. So I got to see that change. And if you take 7th and 8th grade from Clark to a different facility, you're robbing students of that chance at mentorship and that sense of pride and taking care of the younger kids as you grow older and have more wisdom and knowledge of how to do things and what it takes to thrive. I think the gentleman that spoke, Brant, earlier, really drove it home for me. This started out with 73 students, and there was a need over several years for a second facility. Well, there's a need for a third facility now, and instead of breaking up what's working, let's get a third facility going. It went from 1 to 2 to 3. If we got to do 4 or 5, let's do what it takes. But breaking it up is not going to help. It's not going to help these students in the way that they're thriving and learning in the Montessori program. And that's not even taking into account the Woodford program that was so passionately represented at last week's meeting, that we're going to be turning that upside down as well. So, you know, as a coach, when I'm preparing a game plan for my athletes, don't
Thank you
fix
so
something
much.
by creating more problems.
Our last speaker, and as our last speaker of this particular group is coming up, I'm going to go ahead and allow you all to go ahead and walk back. Thank you so much. And before you begin, I'm going to call down Janet, Angela, is it Sharnika? Did I say it correctly? Sharnika? Very beautiful name. Katie and Victoria. Come on down. All right, you can begin.
Hi, my name is Cassie Neiman. I'm a parent of 2 Clark alum and a parent of a current 8th grader. And I want to say that I hear first of all, thank you all for being here and the work that you do. I want to say that I hear with compassion the problem that you're addressing, which is you don't want to tell parents that their kids can't have their first choice. I genuinely feel for you. That would be a really tough situation to be in. I want to be on your team. Clark wants to be on your team. We have people in the building every day, right? We have teachers, we have students, we have staff. We have ideas about enrollment. We have ideas about what's working and what's not working. As parents and families and all of us, humanity, we were in the pandemic, right? And things got really mixed up. And we're trying to get back on track. The kids who came back to school after the pandemic were different, right? And our teachers rolled with that. And now here we are, and we're being asked to roll with another change, and we still haven't gotten things back to where we want them to be yet. And as a parent, I still haven't gotten things back to where we want to be. Things feel kind of in flux, and we're looking for stability. Clark is a program that's been working for 30 years. Why would we change what's working? Let's add another school. I'll really quickly say, I used to live in Albuquerque, New Mexico, and my kids were in public Montessori there. When they wanted to add a middle school, where did they send their staff and board? To Cincinnati, to tour Clark, to see how middle school worked so they could come back to Albuquerque and start a middle school themselves. We are a model. We should be working together. We ask parents to be involved in ILT and LSDMC, and then we put that slide deck in there that says we're gonna separate. Like, let's work together. You have these institutions. You ask us to be involved. We are involved. Let's do it together.
Thank you so much. Janet, you are up, followed by Angela.
Hi, I'm Janet Albright, captain. I'd like to say
Let's bring your
good
mic
evening.
down just a little bit.
Sure.
Perfect.
I'm Janet Albright, captain. I'd like to just say hello to everyone. I stand here with you today because we share a deep commitment to the future of Rothenberg Preparatory Academy and to preserving the integrity of this community. Cincinnati Public Schools proposed to convert Rothenberg into a Montessori school, raising serious concerns, particularly for our marginalized students and families who are already affected by the unsettling pace of gentrification in our neighborhood. Rothenberg has long been a safe, stable space for our students and families. A shift to Montessori could risk alienating the very community that the school was built to support. Instead, let's consider a STEAM-focused approach that aligns with our goals for stability, engagement, and academic achievement. This model promotes critical thinking, creativity, and real-world skills that will empower our students far beyond the classroom. With rising costs, the displacement due to gentrification, changing Rothenberg's structure creates yet another layer of instability for families already struggling to stay connected to their roots in this community. If we want real progress, we need to honor the needs of this community by preserving Rothenberg's role as the cornerstone of equality and support. A STEAM program provides the academic rigor and the structure our students need to succeed in an evolving world. We are here to ensure Rothenberg remains a beacon of opportunity, a place where every child in this community can find stability, growth, and a bright future.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker There's no Angela? Going once, going twice? Okay. Sharnika.
My name is Sharnika Shakir, and I've been the 4-5 ELA teacher at Rothenberg Preparatory Academy for the past 8 years, and it has been a complete joy. The board's proposal to convert RPA into a Montessori format and relocated students to Hayes Porter in the West End raises several concerns, mainly regarding the potential negative impact such a transition will have on the students and the OTR community. RPA has been a cornerstone in OTR, serving as both an institution for learning and in its classrooms and a hub of community enrichment through its rooftop garden programs. The change to a Montessori format doesn't align with our existing educational and community values, and this shift will disrupt the unique social and communal fabric our school currently provides through stability and a sense of identity for the neighborhood and the children that it serves. Transferring RPA students to Hayes may increase enrollment. However, it would have an adverse effect on the quality of education due to the cultural differences in both communities. Because those of us that live and serve in these communities know that though they may both be downtown, OTR is not West End and West End is not OTR. Moreover, this transition would cause stress and adjustment challenges for all students, impacting performance, confidence, attendance, growth, and overall well-being. RPA students have built-in relationships with their teachers, peers, and community members and have supportive and familiar environments essential for effective learning. And relocating our kids to a school that's not in their neighborhood will disrupt these bonds, causing a decline in student morale. And while the intention of the board's proposal may be well-being, it is crucial to consider the potential adverse effects that it'll have on Rothenberg students and the OTR community as a whole. Just because we want to ensure that continuity, stability, and equitable educational opportunities for all is the only way to go, and not to change it completely.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker.
Hi, my name is Katie McOwen, and I am a teacher at Rothenberg. I am the K-6 math specialist, and I also teach STEM on Fridays to all grades. I am speaking tonight to request the district and the board members to consider a different proposal for our school. In my short 3 years at Rothenberg, I have come to learn a lot about the history and the community tied to Rothenberg. There are families that have been in the RPA community for multiple generations. They see the gentrification happening in OTR, and they see families going to other schools. If given the opportunity to be heard, Rothenberg has a lot of ideas to attract and retain those families. But we need to be heard and supported. Do not cast Rothenberg voices aside because they are not affluent or white. I have personally seen while teaching in Denver, Colorado, a similar situation where a predominantly Black neighborhood school in a gentrified community was changed to a Montessori school, and it shut down after just a few years. I request that you engage in families and staff and community members in conversation, hear their ideas and concerns, and about your current proposal, and listen to what they actually need. They do not vote on any decision until you have actually engaged with the communities you are wanting to change. One idea that you will hear from our community is the idea of having a STEAM focus at Rothenberg. It would be a great way to keep RPA building a neighborhood school while also building the enrollment, because it will attract those who are moving into the neighborhood instead of looking elsewhere. It also allows for students to then move on to the neighboring high schools, such as Hughes and Taft, and with already having STEAM experience. As someone who's already going into classrooms weekly with STEM project, I can tell you that the students are eager to learn and get hands-on with engineering activities. They come to life, they are engaged, they apply skills they already have in practical ways as they learn the engineering design process, and they relate what I'm teaching them in real life experiences, and they are already asking for more.
Thank you so much. Before Victoria comes to the stage, can I go ahead and have you all, you can head on back, and I'm gonna call down Brad Smith, I'm going to call down Karen Imbis and Julie Sellers. The mic is yours.
Hello, my name is Victoria Verteen, and I live in Over the Rhine. Not only is Rothenberg Preparatory Academy my neighborhood school, it is also my place of work. Since June of this year, I have worked with the Rothenberg Rooftop Garden, first as a volunteer and now as the program assistant. This is a dream job for me. I am able to help my community have access to green space and environmental education. I am a disabled veteran of the United States Marine Corps. My academic background is in history and human rights. I hold degrees in both. That background gave me the research, lived experience, and understanding of what I have known since I myself was a poor Black student in the United States, and what your video tonight showed. We need outside. Our children deserve the outside as much as any others, and that access should not be used against them in this change. What brings me here today is the clear disparity in process when it comes to the district's handling of Phase 2. When we look at the documents, it is clear that Rothenberg has been treated very differently. Other schools have had months to process and formulate a response. The Rothenberg community was given less than 2 weeks. On your slides today, it showed that October 16th was our first contact, and that's over 2 weeks after the previous school. Our staff, students, parents, and community members have many great ideas on how to improve Rothenberg and up our enrollment. We have proposals that focus on strengthening our learning community partnerships, as well as ideas surrounding the curriculum transition towards a STEAM model, which the Rothenberg Rooftop Garden is readily able to support. I ask that before any decisions are made, the board give the Rothenberg community, my community, the same time, engagement, and resources to respond as other schools have received. Do not violate our civil liberties because you believe our voices matter less. You have the chance to elevate those voices, celebrate the knowledge they bring to the table, hear, value, and implement their insight.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker.
Good evening, Board of Education. My name is Brad Smith. I'm a taxpayer, a resident, and a field rep for the Cincinnati Federation of Teachers. I'm speaking tonight because I'm concerned about the opposition on the board to this proposed growth plan. Legislation in Columbus would take our taxpayer-funded schools and hand them over to unaccountable charter schools. The opposition on the board stated last school year that they did not want the district to grow. Further, the opposition on the board has a spouse that would directly benefit from the state handing over our schools to unaccountable charter schools. I'm sure Accelerate Great Schools would love to get their hands on Woodford. I hope that given this enormous conflict of interest that exists, they would recuse themselves of any votes surrounding the proposed growth plan. The proposed growth plan is a fiscally responsible way to run our district and protect our schools from state takeover. Another fiscally responsible thing our district could do is to remove the interim tag from Superintendent Murphy. We could better use the money from a national search for things that we really need, like copy clicks. In one of the first meetings I attended with Superintendent Murphy this year, we discussed a series of problems that were created by the last superintendent. After hearing those concerns, the first words out of Superintendent Murphy's mouth were, "How do we fix this?" We need a collaborative, solutions-oriented leader to work through the proposed growth plan, and that is exactly what you have with Superintendent Murphy. Let's be fiscally responsible and remove the interim tag from Superintendent Murphy. Let's work together to grow this district. Also, while you're at it, save the taxpayers some more money and promote Mike Guston to be the next treasurer. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Good evening, board members. My name is Karen Imbus. I'm a field representative for the Cincinnati Federation of Teachers. In my role, I speak with teachers all day, every day, to address their concerns and resolve conflicts. I think it's fair to say that I have my finger on the pulse of the district's culture and teacher morale. My colleagues and I are dedicated to the work because we know that teachers' working conditions are students' learning conditions. And as the grateful parent of 3 adult daughters who received an excellent CPS education, I understand how crucial teachers are. CPS teachers have been through the ringer for the last several years. It's hard to imagine a more negative or demoralizing situation than last year under our previous superintendent. But hope and stability and normality have arrived under the leadership of Interim Superintendent Shauna Murphy. She has a deep understanding of CPS and a lifelong commitment to the city. She knows all the schools, the communities, the neighborhoods, the culture, and the staff. She's smart, practical, collaborative, and solutions-driven. CPS is embarking on ambitious plans to deliver better services to students and their families in the face of daunting fiscal headwinds. This is big work, and it requires a superintendent with Ms. Murphy's experience, skills, and commitment. Interim Superintendent Murphy has earned the respect of the people she leads. No one can lead this work effectively without that. I hope those board members who are serious about improving CPS for students and families will empower Interim Superintendent Murphy to do the critical work that this moment requires and name her the new permanent superintendent.
Thank you so much. Our last speaker.
Thank you. Good evening, Board. I just want to give one comment before I start, is clarification around the discipline recordings. This year, we transitioned to a new platform called Focus, and so the discipline for categories 1, 2, and 3 looks different now. They are all in the same tracking place. So where previously it went into different categories. So category 1, you should just go into the log entries. Those are day-to-day infractions that are taken care of in the classroom. Category 2 and category 3 went into the discipline logs. So some of the discrepancies that you're seeing could be due to this transfer of how they are tracking those numbers, because they're putting all of the 1s now in with the 2 and 3s. Some of them are due to being logged in the same discipline area. So that is one thing, as when I know a couple of people said the high schools, they increased. That's really actually probably not true, because I've heard things are much calmer there. But I do want to say, good evening. The alarm bells are ringing. Change is difficult, but the board needs to remember their role to be fiscally responsible to the taxpayers of Cincinnati. In the past, our taxpayers have dug deep, especially with the taxpayer-funded facility master plan. That was completed over 10 years ago. Our buildings must be right-sized now. The facility master plan began in the 90s. Things in our city were different in the 90s. But in order to save our undercapacity buildings from future state takeovers, with the possible passage of Senate Bill 295, which is based on the research of the Fordham Foundation, which really doesn't care for public education, but our legislators love it. The district is facing a real financial crisis coming from the state. Our funding has been reduced due to our increases in property values. Andrew Brenner has created this mess along with the state legislators. The other thing we have to really think about seriously is the transportation costs. They are about $60 million a year. The costs are escalating, which puts a burden on the district, which triggers cuts to programming for schools. We have to think of this budget of how are we going to give the most programming and the most opportunities to students. There are currently some board members who were elected to make tough decisions and are refusing to address building utilization. Are they trying to push students and families out of our district? When you have some schools at half capacity and other schools over 100% capacity, all students are suffering. Restructuring is not the same as closures. The most cost-efficient school in our district, believe it or not, is Walnut Hills High School. And that's because of the efficiencies of the size and the number of students. Small schools have lost students to charters, yet they still carry all of the burden of the overhead costs of that building being open. Whatever changes are made, all new programming must begin, and we must know as soon as possible, to provide the training necessary for schools to be fully functioning, and that includes making sure that teachers have the professional development for those schools' focus. The board needs to stop stalling and delaying naming a permanent superintendent. How are these things supposed to take place if you don't even have a superintendent in place? That needs to happen as soon as possible. We cannot do what we did last year, where it was stalled and delayed until June after school was out. It wasn't fair to schools, families, teachers. CPS, as a reminder, has never had a successful out-of-town superintendent. Like my doctor said to me, why does the board think that they're not smart and qualified people in Cincinnati? Every successful superintendent in the city of Cincinnati has come from Cincinnati and understands Cincinnati. I believe that you should just save your time and money and hire Interim Murphy as the acting superintendent. She is highly qualified to fill the position. The first week that she was in the position, she found out the budget was not balanced, as we all believed, but she had to cut another $25 million, which was up to $125 to $130 million. That is a huge reduction. This was extremely difficult, but because we were able to come together and work cooperatively, we were able to make those cuts, as hard as they are for many of the schools this year who had to lose funding. So the only thing I can say is that the board needs to come together. They need to act as one, and they need to move forward so that people know what is going to happen next year, that we're not going to have a repeat of what happened last year with all the stalls and delays. Transfer rounds have to happen starting, and they have to be identified by January or February. We have too much at stake to allow this to be delayed any longer. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We are done with hearing of the public.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Vice President. Appreciate it. Interim Superintendent Murphy, I understand you have a couple of presentations.
Yes, ma'am. So our first presentation is from our COO, Mr. Chris Burkhardt. There is a presentation on the procurement system.
Good evening again.
Good evening again.
This time with my purchasing procurement hat on, we have two presentations that have morphed into one. So if you can hit the first slide for me. A couple of meetings back, we made at the policy meeting, I made a recommendation at this point, board member Chair Lindy, in relation to the policy in relation to procurement and the definition of local. And so as that came to the board a couple meetings back, there were some questions about the recommendations that were made. So I'm going to go through those quickly and be able to answer some questions. Next slide. So we in the purchasing department felt that we needed to define local for a number of reasons. The first is we rely on all of our vendors to self-disclose or self-support whether they are local or not. Each one of our many, many vendors has a different definition in their head of local. Additionally, our board policy refers to local, and I'll explain this a little bit in the future here in a couple minutes, but we refer to local with a couple of different mindsets and a couple of different entities. So the need for having a definition of local, obviously it reconciles with guardrail 4A and 4B as the board set out. We also would like to remove or move from a binary system saying local or not local and put tiers together that will make more sense here in a second. The consistency of the data from quarter to quarter and year to year will be more consistent because we will be able to have the same benchmark in every single quarter moving forward versus having an arbitrary scale that is based on self-supporting. We'd like to tie the local initiatives into the point system that we use for RFPs. So based on the tier of local, you would get more or less points based on where you are aligned with that process. This will also align more with the board policies and also with the board practice as we move forward. And then finally, it will get rid of our manual assessment of looking at each individual vendor differently. So as we look at the 4 tiers of local, we're going to start with the closest first and then work our way out. So 4 points, which would be the highest point value, would be awarded to those bidders who are their principal place of business within the geographic boundaries of the school district. Number 2, 3 points would be awarded to a bidder if they're in the Cincinnati metropolitan statistical area. So the next question we're going to have is, what is the Cincinnati metropolitan statistical area? Next slide. So what we affectionately refer to as Greater Cincinnati, and this is a technical term of metropolitan statistical area, you'll see that it goes a little bit further than Middletown to the north and into Kentucky to the south. And so this makes up the Greater Cincinnati area, and this would be a level 2 of local. As we go to level 3 of local, which is 2 points, that would be awarded within 90 square mile radius of CPS. The reason the 90 square miles is important is that it does not hit either Columbus or Louisville to our north or to our south. So it makes all of our purchases more local than just having that statistical area, but does not give us the ability to go into those other geographical areas of those other city limits. And then finally, the last is 250-mile radius from Cincinnati Public Schools. Now, you may also know that this 250 miles is significant because it's part of our Good Food Purchasing Program. And our Good Food Purchasing Program says through board policy that all of our, or as much food as possible, should be purchased within that 250-mile radius. That 250 miles is also significant because to our north, it will reach Lake Erie, which will also give us the Ohio Buys or Buy Ohio, both of those programs, to allow us to buy within the state. So the 250 miles is also reflective of trying to keep those dollars in Ohio whenever possible. So that's the next slide. That was the questions and comments about the local. I'll move to supplier diversity and then be able to answer some questions. So next slide. So we actually, the purchasing division reached out to Ralph G. Moore and Associates, and you have the report in front of you, RGMA for short, and I'll refer to it as RGMA moving forward. RGMA provided us strategic guidance for supplier diversity, and RGMA is one of the cornerstone companies that works with companies all across the world in trying to meet supplier diversity outcomes. So we had pre-meeting and post-meetings in relation to what our deliverables, and we shared our goals and guardrails with RGMA to have them make sure that they understand exactly what we were looking for. So assessment was completed both at the district level and with facilities and student dining. Now we chose facilities and student dining mainly because, one, they have the most vendors, and B, they are also two that we are looking at within the first presentation as being local and making sure that we have a diverse makeup of those organizations. So I'll go through in a second. They provided a report back to us, which is in front of you. I'll give you some highlights. They ranked our maturity level, they provided some diagnostics to us, and they provided some recommendations. So this is the aggregate supplier diversity diagnosis, and this is for the district, but we have these for each segment. You'll notice that they're in the bottom left corner, numbers 6, 7, and 8, with education and training, communication, and process improvement are our lowest scores. As we look at our entire district and all of our purchasing throughout the entire district, and this isn't weighted for any one group or spend or anything else. This is across the district and every vendor that we used. We noticed that we have some gaps that we have to overcome. And so that's why we utilize this company to help us get beyond what we currently do every day in our district. So as we look at the 5 levels, 1 being early stage, 2, 5 being world class, Actually, CPS ranks on level 2. So we're very compliance-based in our purchasing. We know exactly what the laws and regulations are, and we meet them. But we don't go to that next level to make sure that we have a supplier diversity that is really going out into our public and looking for those individuals and those companies that will meet our needs that are also under that diversity umbrella. Next slide. So our current work is defining the objectives, assessing the current procedures and practices, developing the strategic vision, and engaging our stakeholders. As we look at the next steps, we're identifying an outreach to our diverse suppliers. And this is going to take everyone within our organization to do, not just the 3 facilities and student dining that I mentioned earlier, but every single person who puts out an RFP or looks for vendors within our district. This is everybody's responsibility. We also have to host more supplier engagements to make sure everyone knows what's available within the district, and we're actually making outreach to those suppliers who are in that diversity umbrella. Training and capacity. We know based on the assessment that we need to train all of our staff as we look at vendors within our district to know that we need to look beyond some of our institutional vendors that we've used in the past. Obviously, measuring and reporting that progress from quarter to quarter. Obviously, the guardrails will help us with that, and we know that that needs to continue. We also need to communicate and celebrate our successes. I don't think we do that enough. And that is something that we're going to be committed to as we bring more suppliers on and look at who we are currently using and making sure that we give everyone a seat at the table. And then finally, looking at our results and making sure that we have continuous improvement. Our expected outcomes at the end of this, and this is a marathon, not a sprint. Obviously, increased diversity, supplier participation district-wide, which obviously goes to guardrail 4A and 4B. Strengthen community ties, making sure that we're using our local vendors whenever possible. And then obviously it's going to enhance our educational resources throughout the district. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Do members have questions or comments? Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for both presentations, I guess we should say, for both local and the diversity, supplier diversity presentations. So first question, and this gets a little bit into how we do diversity diagnosis, which I think is also part of the struggles. When you think about supplier diversity, is that there are only so many suppliers at times who provide certain services and goods. And so are the numbers in the aggregate supplier diagnosis based on what the market for those particular areas are, or just what our actual use of those suppliers are?
Great question. So it's our actual usage. So if we look at areas such as ITM and curriculum, we see that those numbers for supplier diversity are very, very low. You think about Microsoft or Google that we are using for our platforms. Not a lot of supplier diversity there. And so as we look at all of our resources across the district, we want to make sure that we're looking in every single bucket along the way, not just at those single standalone ones.
I think that's one area, I think just from our own understanding, and maybe be helpful to explain sometimes, is both the market of what we're, like the folks we're using for suppliers, so what we're doing as far as diversity goes, but then also of the market, what's the average percentage of folks who actually even do this work? I remember back when I worked in the district, we talked about this a lot with construction, because there were very few companies who could do the level of construction work that we were asking for. And of those companies, usually there was maybe one, if that, who was a minority or female-owned or small business, because again, we were doing such large projects. And so that changed a philosophy around some of those projects to not do the entire plumbing for the entire district as one contract, but maybe to do smaller projects that made more sense. And so, I mean, I think that's one of the things I think is a helpful learning part to that is, are we seeing patterns where there are just not enough diverse suppliers or businesses within the market? The other thought that I had.
Can I just respond to that real quick? I think it's a yes and, so you're 100% correct. And as we look to be more efficient and more deft in looking at vendors, we're looking at state contracts, we're looking at co-ops, which doesn't take that necessarily into effect. So although we're being more efficient in one way, we're also not making sure that we look at supplier diversity on the other hand. So we're trying to do both things at once, and we have to find that happy medium between both.
And then I think my other thought was around that idea of local. And I think one of the things that has been a benefit to our city, give some credit to our city council and folks of the city to invite businesses to want to relocate and bring their business to the city. I think one of the tools that might be a helpful way, and also think about local suppliers, is how many of those folks are actually willing to provide opportunities for our internships, opportunities for work within our district as well. And so, potentially looking at that as a factor in local. I don't know if there's a benefit to, if you're willing to partner on a project, or if you're willing to provide opportunities for educational learning within that, as being maybe a fifth tier, or maybe some other benefit or something to that idea of local, because I do think that adds an advantage of a local business who invests into the district is a positive that we should be championing in a lot of ways that we don't get a lot of time to do at meetings like this. And so I think that's just another way to us to talk about local, is it's not just whether or not your business is here, but are you investing back into the district in some way or fashion?
Other members have comments, questions? Chairman Lindy.
Thanks, Ms. Bolden. And Chris, I just want to say, or Chief Burkhart, I wanted to say thank you for your presentation. Mr. Burkhart and his team gave a wonderful presentation to our policy committee some months back. And the care and thought that they had put into how to think about all of these definitions was of a level, and this was related enough to one of our guardrails that I didn't want anything to get lost in my poor translation of their presentation. And so I'm grateful that you all took some time to make this presentation. I just wanted to say, again, what I shared then, which I thought was incredibly thoughtful, and just really appreciate all the work you all put into it. I think this part was new, though, right? I mean, that was not something that had been done at the policy, and it's just also very great. It's nice to see teams putting such great strategy and effort behind values that matter to the district and the community. I just wanted to say thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lindy. Other comments, questions for Mr. Burkhart?
Sorry, one more. I think there is a parallel piece here, right? We need to get the policy. We now need to vote at an upcoming meeting on a change to the actual policy to line up with all of this. Is that right?
Correct.
So just for all of my colleagues, you will see in an upcoming board meeting an update to the policies that are related here. The purpose, you can see all the red line, but the purpose of all of those changes is to make the policy language in line with the strategy that Mr. Burkhart and his team have shared. And if I missed anything there, please let me know.
Would we expect that for the 18th, or is it?
I think it's whenever the administration would like to put it forward. We just wanted this presentation to happen before you had to vote on
Absolutely.
it, so you could see where it was coming from.
Well, we appreciate that, and perhaps if we can do that on the 18th, that would be great. Member Matt?
Yes, thank you. So I do think it's great to consider when we have our next policy meeting to kind of think about what Board Member Craig had mentioned. I think that's a good idea. So maybe something that you all can maybe take some time to look into and see if we can present that at policy and then bring it back to the full board as well. And then the other thought, as you were talking about like next steps and outreach, I'm curious to know if there has been like a consideration to work with like the Urban League or the, I think the Women's Business Entrepreneurship Council, or, just to make sure that we're still honoring like Guardrail 4 and having the opportunity to make more of those connections. So just the thought if there was like consideration around partnership with those entities.
Yeah, and that dovetails exactly into the education training, the communication, and the process improvement that was highlighted in the report. We don't, or we haven't, I shouldn't say we don't, we haven't really looked internally and educated internally first, and then looked outside and started to educate outside as well and utilize those partners. So we say that we know that we need to do that. We just haven't operationalized that yet. And I think this report, along with all of the transitional work we're doing within procurement, is all coming together to allow us to do all this at one time, but doing it strategically. And that's more important than just doing it, making sure that each piece fits together so we're strategically moving forward.
Thank you for that. The other question that came up, in terms of RGA, what does that progress monitoring process look like in terms of the diagnosis was provided? I know that there's, interventions in place. What does that progress monitoring look like to ensure that we are elevating those scores that we see?
Yeah, so we have a lot of work to do on our side before we go back to them. So part of the work we're doing right now is it's resetting our definitions, setting our strategic plan. After a year, we're going to go back to them and we're going to take the same assessment we took originally. And they're going to ask us both the same questions and also different questions, because hopefully we're looking at a different tier as well. So we're hoping to get to tier 4. We're not going to be world class yet, but we're hoping to get to tier 4 is really what our hope is. I don't know that we're going to get there in a year, but that's going to show us progress a year from now where we actually at. So hopefully a year from right now, next November, I'll be able to say, hey, we're at tier 3 or we're at tier 4.
Any other comments, questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next presentation is being done by Director Monisha House, providing a positive school culture update.
All right, good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
So I'm hoping that I'm able to do multiple things at once, with being able to answer some of the questions that you asked last time, having celebrations, but not to duplicate presentations, because I know I come right back really soon to talk about guardrails. So here we go. Just to make everyone aware of our PSC department and what that means, a lot of people are aware of all the social workers, but there's a little addition this year with the Owen Center and Promise Center, Satellite Schools, and Auxiliary Services just all following underneath me as well with the PSC department. So our core services, really looking at PBIS, social emotional learning, restorative practices, and how we respond to discipline, bullying prevention, and really supporting and addressing chronic absenteeism and truancy. So thinking about our core service, this is a service that we provide and that we offer that kind of hides in the background. The board might be aware, but just wanted to talk about our data for September, and we'll soon get the tabulations for our data for October. Out of the 76,898 flagged items, there were 312 actionable instances where there needed to be intervention. And so if you look at the table below at the bottom, it allows you to see the majority of these events happen during the school day. But what's really important for everyone to be aware of is that there are a team of social workers, counselors, myself, even members of ITM, that we monitor on the evenings and weekends, even holidays. Because if a student sends something that is concerning, whether it's self-harm or harm to others, we want to respond. And so you'll see those numbers up there that regarding the self-harm, there were 7 that were after hours. And then as far as questionable content after hours, there were 75 for the month of September. Chronic absenteeism, a part of our core service that we support. And in the month of September, we launched our partnership with Stay in the Game. And we want to recognize Evanston Academy. They were the winner of the Door Bulletin Board Decorating Contest. So they were representing Cincinnati Public Schools. I just want to give them a hand. I know the principal was here this evening. Know that that's an honor. And these types of events, throughout the whole month of September, there were things that we were trying to promote each and every day, whether it was information or School Spirit Week or things such as a door or bulletin board contest, to really promote attendance and to talk about the importance of that, and to really, if we follow the research, We know that if a student starts to miss in September, the trajectory of their year is that they're going to continue to miss. So we want to establish great and healthy habits, not only for students, but great attendance-taking habits for staff. So just wanted to bring up what we see preliminary in some of our data regarding chronic absenteeism from Q1 last year to Q1 this year. 26 schools show improvement, some sort of improvement in reducing chronic absenteeism. Remember, chronic absenteeism is if you miss 10% or more. And we kind of try to tell people, if you just imagine, that's almost 2 days a month. Missing 2 days a month, whether it's excused or unexcused, counts into the chronic absenteeism. So, which is, I think, is a great accomplishment for those schools to show improvement. And for 7 schools, we really want to shout out, they show 10% or more growth in reducing chronic absenteeism. So Gamble Montessori High School, Rising Stars Ezra Charles, Westwood School, Rising Stars at Vine, Gamble Montessori Elementary, Roselawn Condon School, and Whitten Hills Academy.
Good.
We can give them a hand, we can give them a hand.
Yeah.
It's full of celebratory things. Sometimes we don't take enough time to celebrate. So with PBIS, we know that PBIS kind of touches all things, and it really helps support the operation and structure of our schools. It's one of the key elements in really supporting chronic absenteeism and truancy. If students feel safe and comfortable, because of our structure and systems, they will come to school. If they feel safe and comfortable in the classrooms, they're less likely to leave for whatever reason, and they're also more likely to be engaged in the learning, thus presenting better outcomes. So these are the 6 components of a 6 school-wide PBS framework that we are supporting with our schools and looking at those opportunities where they want to improve and where their data shows that they need to improve, and how we can help support them and differentiate the supports. So if one school might say, you know what, we do well with teaching behaviors and routines, but we're really not utilizing our data to kind of make decisions moving with our next steps. So we're really looking at these 6 components of school-wide PBIS to help us move forward. So the school supports vary in range, and there are things that we are implementing this year that I think we will show great benefit. We're already seeing benefit in our survey results, but just the staff trainings and technical assistance. Each school is assigned a point person, and that point person checks in with them. The frequency depends on whether we've designated them as a Tier 1, Tier, or Tier 3 school, depending on the level of support that they need. But for all schools, we offer a fall and spring work session so that schools can bring their teams, just not principals, but their team, which could consist of the point person, a social worker. One school brought a security staff member. Some schools brought paraprofessionals and teachers. And I want to celebrate and say, for this fall session, we had 100% of our schools participating. With a district this large, that is hard to get a team from every school to participate. And so we really look forward to our February session. It really turns into a showcase, not only just an opportunity for schools to learn more about PBIS and what they can do, but it's also an opportunity for us to learn from one another. We're also providing chairperson networking sessions for those chairpersons at the school level that are new, and also for those veterans, and customizing our PD for schools, especially as they get into their data and they're looking at the framework and opportunities that they want to improve. We do have a monthly PD plan, which we've implemented this year for all of our schools. Each month there is a focused, and we utilized our data to figure out as a district, where do we need support and where can we provide this support to all of our teachers in a systemic way, to make sure that all of our teachers have the data and schools have the information that they can work together and improve their systems. So with this monthly PD plan, teams, administrators, they're able to provide this PD, and resources are already provided to the school teams. We have ongoing communication and resources, our monthly chairperson newsletter. We also have a course. We're working with the MTSS committee to be able to work on integration and provide guidance for tiers 1, 2, and 3, and also with our building recognition. There is a lot of great work that's going on, so we support with state recognition and district awards, and we want to increase visibility about what we're doing in our schools and the great things that are going on in our schools. So the next slide is going to talk about the PBIS award recognition from the Ohio Department of Education and Workforce and Ohio PBIS Network. They recognize schools and districts for the quality and fidelity of PBIS implementation. And the bullet points here just shows you how rigorous and the things that they look for with this recognition. And I want to say that we have bronze award recipients for our district for their applications that they submitted last year. And so the next slide. Hughes STEM High School, Parker Woods Montessori, Rising Stars Academy, Schroeder High School, and Gilbert A. Dater High School. They were all Bronze Awards, Ohio PBIS Network recipients. So yeah, we can do a little dance. All right, next slide. So House Bill 123, we're still continuing to implement that at the very beginning of the year. The first lessons for our students, 6 through 12, was social inclusion, and now we're talking about violence prevention, and in January on through the end of the year, we'll talk about suicide awareness with our students. So if students come home and talk to the parents about these lessons that they're learning, this is what we're talking about with students. Bullying prevention. So October was Bullying Prevention Awareness Month, and we want to celebrate all of our schools and staff, even at central office, that participated in our Unity Day, which was October the 16th, to demonstrate to our students and our community that we celebrate our differences and we embrace our shared humanity. And so we are continuously working together to kind of stomp out bullying, but we also are working together to really celebrate one another. So thank you to all of the schools that posted on social media. Thank you to our communications department for capturing some of those pictures as well and just celebrating as a community. So our department really offers 3 PDs that not only do we offer to our school system, but also for the community. So trauma-informed care, which we continue to partner with Children's Hospital, restorative practices, and youth mental health first aid. So it's not only just for our staff, but there have been parent organizations, LSDMCs, that have connected with our staff to have this very same training, and it's beneficial for everyone that has some level or involvement with students, even board members. So if you're interested, let us know. Wanted to announce that we have, it's kind of fresh in the works, but just wanted to announce the Mental Health School Professional Grant Award from the U.S. Department of Education. It's designed to increase the numbers of diversity in school mental health professional workforce, and this is a partnership with UC College of Education and Central State University. We are really, really excited about this opportunity. This is a 5-year grant to ensure that 9 UC interns will be at our high schools each year for a total of 45 interns over the course of our full grant period. This is a large grant, and we are excited about not only the opportunity for resources for our schools, but to continue to develop a diverse workforce of mental health partners, which we can't have enough of. So next steps as far as a department, to continue to support the development of a mental health policy. I know that there's been initial talks about that, and so we really want to be in partner and help support with that. Improving our systemic response and support to school crisis or community crisis. Right now, we continue to work with our internal teams, crisis teams, our district team. We also work with Mind Peace, and we've also this year have really provided initial support regarding EAP services for our staff. And so we send information to our teachers, but then when we see the need, additional staff, we've called EAP with Tri Health EAP, and they have come out to schools to provide face-to-face support. So we appreciate their collaboration in that effort. On Friday, November the 22nd, we are bringing back our community PBIS meeting. We would have 2 a year, 1 each semester, and so the first one that we're going to have this year is going to be Friday, November 22nd. So we've sent out invitations. Obviously, if there's any community member that wants to attend and feels like they haven't been invited, they are more than welcome to attend. They will be here in the banquet room at the Ed Center. And so one of the last things that our next steps as we continue to align our work with making sure that we're monitoring and implementing the strategic plan, but also with our continued strong partnership that we have with Children's to implement quality improvement strategy and data analyzation to improve our outcomes for students. I can't capitalize enough on the work and the partnership that we have with Children's. They meet with my team weekly. We meet on Mondays to really look and analyze the current data that we have. We look for things such as inaccuracies, where do we see trends, where do we see outliers, where are supports needed. As a department, all the social workers meet in huddles, and that's a part of the quality improvement process of how you can learn quickly and fast from one another. And so they attend those meetings, but then also provide office hours so that our social workers can get additional help on analyzation and next steps and looking at the data to make sure that we're asking the right questions and that we're really making the best decisions moving forward with using our data. So just that partnership is really strong. Just wanted to continue to say, whatever the agreements were, they are doing that plus. And so thank you, board, for supporting that endeavor. So any questions?
Any questions from the members from this presentation? You have one?
Okay. Thank you so much for the presentation. Have a quick question on the restorative piece. It's going to be a 3-part question, I think. 1, what is the actual program being used? 2, how does it look when it's implemented from a student lens versus a teacher lens? And I'm just kind of a little bit curious about it. Really haven't heard too much about how is it really being implemented in the schools in terms of the programming.
Yeah, so last year, I believe was the first year regarding with implementation, there was cohort 1, and then, or the year before, and then the next year is cohort 2, which would be this year. And so there was initial training that occurred. Because of the initial training with staff being kind of a 2-day, all-day, majority of the training took place within the summertime. And then there were select schools that received coaching throughout, was supposed to be throughout the school year, but wasn't able to start until January. So it kind of left them with not a lot of time to have influence on the systems for the coaching to occur regarding restorative practice so that you could see it in classrooms, provide feedback with teachers and with principals and with staff. So what we have looked at is better opportunities for how we train and be systemic, and also developing our in-house trainers so that when we don't have the consultants that we are using, we have our own strong in-house team that can continue with professional development. So this year, we have already started our kickoff with our 13 schools that are receiving in-depth 8-session training throughout the year regarding their implementation of restorative practice. It has to be more than just an initial training, but really what does restorative practice look like in your systems and your school setting, and that's when students are going to see the difference. What students might see right now are restorative circles and implementing restorative circles, and so some of the language that they might hear around that, or if they're ever with student conflict or using student peers to have some of those restorative conversations. That's how students might see that language come across. Some teachers are more explicit than others in using that. They might use it in general, like saying, this is our morning meeting or this is our class time. But if the students are sitting in a circle and able to talk about some of the concerns that they have or supporting one another within the classroom, that's important. So what we plan on doing this year is not only having our cohorts of our buildings that were selected based on having a significant amount of teachers that have already, or staff that have already been trained, but principals who shared a interest in continuing with the leadership, a strong interest on, hey, we've tried to implement and we really want additional help. We wanted to make sure that it was a partnership so that we had buy-in. So that's what we're continuing. We're going to do this year, which is a little bit different that they weren't able to get to last year, is specific administration and leadership professional development regarding restorative practice. That way principals are informed, or leadership teams are informed of what it should look like. How should our systems change? You know, if we look at our data and we don't like what our data says, if it says that our exclusionary consequences continue to increase, especially with our African-American males, what does that mean to us as far as what are some systemic things we need to change in how we approach or what we do? So that's kind of a little bit of what the changes should look like. I hope I answered all three of your questions.
You answered a couple of them. So what is the actual program?
What is the actual? So we're working with IIRP on implementing restorative practices.
What's the name of it?
IIRP.
IIRP?
Mhm.
What does it stand for?
You know, I'll have to look that up because
We
we
can get
always
back.
say IIRP.
Okay, and then two, you said something very key in terms of data. So with that first cohort, what are the data, I guess, information looking like as we're going into cohort two, as you're implementing that? And I'm pretty sure you'll get more points as we're going throughout the year, but I would be interested in that. It doesn't have to be right now. I'll bring that back up again, maybe in health and safety.
I know that overall, when we looked at our overall data from last year, we did see a decrease in student discipline with our cohort 1 schools. But I'll be very transparent. For cohort 1, it was only about 33 to 35% of staff that were changed, or trained rather, in the initial training, and the same was about for cohort 2. So when I came in this year, I said we have to change our model for how we provide the PD because we're just not going to get enough trained at this rate.
No, good stuff. Thank you so much.
Other comments, questions? Dr. Moffett?
So I'll be brief because I know you're probably tired.
Oh, it's okay. The hour has not changed me at all.
It hasn't got you. Yeah, I can tell your energy, you are the perfect person poised for this because your energy is just awesome. So thank you for all this work. I want to go back to a couple slides that I think need highlighting. And one of them, I put them in order. So number 4, if you could go to slide 4, let me make sure I'm on the right slide. I did not realize, and I would like the public to know, that I heard you say you and a team are monitoring students' activities 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Yes, right now there's someone that is on call. So when there is an alert that comes through, there's a phone call that's made or there's text messages, and if they don't respond within a period of time, the next person in line receives a call.
That is awesome, and I want to say thank you for that. I know prior to Board Member Morosky getting off the board, there was one young lady who had experienced some distress, and someone was online, saw her, and was reaching out to us because they were just like, how do we get in touch? And they got to Mike first, or Mike responded first, and you all already had it. So thank you for that. And I just wanted to make sure that I highlighted that because the public doesn't realize we are really providing holistic services for our students, and especially around that. So thank you for that. Go to slide number, oh wait, it was one before this, but we can go to, slide number 7. This is actually, with regard to chronic absenteeism, this is actually something that the board decided to put in goals, and that is a significant, it's actually mandated in some manner from the state level that chronic absenteeism is a problem across the nation, and our governor has some initiatives, just so people know that. But this is worth noting because it says 26 schools show improvement. And so that is a really large complement of our student population that has improved their absenteeism rate. And those 7 schools, which I think is just awesome, have 10% or more growth. So thank you to the work that's being done because that's not only meeting a board directive and goal, but it's making a significant impact for our students across the state. So thank you for that. number 18, or slide number 18 on this, Rob. I know I've been one of the people that's been kind of bugging the administration for years about seeking out funding, additional funding services. And as soon as I hear about them, people reach out to me, I pass them on to the administration. But you guys actually did it and we heard about it. So you did it, we heard about it, you secured it. So let me quantify that. So thank you for doing that, because we cannot do any of this work by ourselves. This is going to take a team effort, and you all have reached out to the U.S. Department of Education and secured some funding for additional supports for our students. So thank you for that too. And the last thing I want to say is I don't remember getting my invite for November 22nd, the PBS Community Day, but I know it's coming.
We will make sure that that happens.
So looking forward to the invitation to the community around Community PBIS on Friday, November 22nd. What time is that, and what are we doing?
So the time is 9 a.m., I believe.
Okay, you can. I know my invite is stuck in email somewhere, but what happens at the Community PBIS Day for the community members to join us?
So for the community members, we want them to be aware of A, what PBIS is, and then B, what is their role regarding our PBIS framework, and how can they help support? And what does that look like? Many times community members, they come to us and say, we understand there is a problem, but we don't know how to support, or we don't know how to get our foot in the door to really support or make sure that our efforts are aligned. And so we're hoping to have conversations about that regarding that.
And that's kind of what I thought it was. And along the same line regarding the concerns that have been raised by the city and the community at the transit centers and transportation of our students, do you think it would be beneficial to have you come to our joint city CPS meeting, November the 14th, and talk about, not only invite the city council people, but talk about what some of the intentions are? Maybe that's an opportunity for you to expand some of that, but at the very least, get an invitation out.
Absolutely, because I think sometimes what's missed is sometimes the right hand doesn't know what the left hand is doing. And there are a lot of things that schools are doing to try to help support, even though they might not physically be at the stop themselves every day.
Yeah.
But there are things that community organizations are doing to help support community advocates within the community that I've tried to reach out to, as well as just the ongoing partnerships that we've had with the city to be able to help support our students, so.
Okay, thank you. And will it be streamed?
Yes.
Okay, great. So if they can't make it in person, they could watch it online. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Other comments? Member Matt?
Yes, so thank you, Mrs. House, for providing this presentation. It's just so exciting to see all of the great work that is happening and to see just such, great improvement that's happening at specific schools and across our district. So thank you for that. And just to provide some context too around the mental health policy. So in the policy committee meeting, we received a presentation from the student dining services, and it really highlighted the wellness policy perspective from, making sure that students are receiving the appropriate nutrition as well as physical activity. However, it did not hone in specifically on that overall social and emotional learning or mental health. And so we discussed having a standalone mental health policy because we're already doing great work. And so we wanted to make sure that we highlighted that as well and drafted a policy in that regard. But my questions to you are around the chronic absenteeism. Mm-hmm. And so when I was at the Council of Great City Schools conference in Dallas, that was an issue that was discussed. And so one of the things that was brought up was how they were looking at the data in terms of chronic absenteeism. So really tracking students to see if they were identified as a student that was constantly absent in third grade. What did that look like as it related to maybe sixth grade, state testing, or what did that look like in terms of the graduation rate? So I was wondering if we, analyzed our data in that same regard.
Preliminary, we are. We are going through wonderful transitions with ITM They have been working wonderfully with us because as we transition with focus, there are different functionalities, there are different reports, and so some things are new, some things we're getting adjusted to. We want to make sure that our data is in alignment, but there are some historical pieces that we do see, especially in working with our social workers that have been in some of our buildings for considerable amount of time. They're able to follow students to be able to see, yes, this student had, we can go back a couple of years, or to see when it started. Some students were able to get them off of the watch list and we're able to improve, but unfortunately, some students do go through our natural systems to be able to address the chronic absenteeism.
Yeah, and so for those students that are identified early on, is it kind of like a intervention plan that they are, presented with to help them work, through that chronic absenteeism?
Yes, so for those students that have directly been identified because of a certain amount of hours that they've missed, we do have an intervention assistance or attendance intervention plan that we invite the parents, teachers, administrators, anybody to the table that can help support to really provide additional problem solving just around what can we do to help support to get this student here to school each and every day, or what are things we need to problem solve around. And then there's also a watch list. So before they get to that point, we work with children on really kind of identifying and using our data to look at those factors and those thresholds and creating kind of like a watch list so that schools can work with students before they get to the specific thresholds for where we have to follow the legal compliance of doing next steps. And so schools have that, and they can create plans and programs and interventions. I've encouraged each and every high school, based on our district historical data, somewhere in your plan, please have regarding chronic absenteeism and discipline for high schools, 9th grade. 9th grade is an area of focus. And if you are in elementary, start with kindergarten. Kindergarten is an area of focus, and then it jumps to 5th and 6th. So we are trying to use our data to be more strategic on how we provide alignment and supports, but yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Now, I will say I fall into the category of chronic absenteeism. And it's because, and this is something that is really concerning, because for our students that present with medical concerns, right, how do we work through that so we can, what does that plan look like to provide that support? Because again, they're not absent because they're just not going to school, obviously, but there are medical concerns that prevent them from being able to be present. So, how do we build in that additional support when they do return and feel very much still connected to their communities at school as well?
One of the drill downs that I would like to see in our data is that we can further drill down chronic absenteeism. How many are related to a medical or health condition or illness? How many are related to suspensions? Because that counts. How many are related to just, not coming? Like, if we know what those reasons are, then we can appropriately address.
Yeah, thank you for that. And then lastly, and this was another thing that was brought up at the conference, and I thought it was quite interesting, but the discussion was around, as a district, what does the policies look like that may perpetuate chronic absenteeism? And so I don't know if we have any policies that, that cause that, but I thought that was an interesting area to possibly look at and consider.
Policies or practices. Sometimes we have practices that are not policies, and we just have to remind people that those are not best practices anymore.
But thank you again for the presentation.
Madam Vice President.
I just have a comment to Board Member Mapp. I actually have a question that I'm going to bring up in terms of policy regarding the chronic absenteeism. So that is something. Thank you for bringing that up. Because as you talk about students who may have a medical injury, surgery, something that is putting them, out of school and then considered chronically absent, what policy do we have in place to ensure that they're either receiving the education that they need, they're receiving the resources, et cetera? So that is something that I do plan to bring up for policy as well. Thank you.
Maybe for assignment. Other comments? I just wanted to say 3 things. I am fascinated by, and I don't know if you meant this, I'm assuming you did, I'm fascinated by the possibility of PD that we give to our teachers somehow, and I don't even know if this is allowable or correct, whereas you mentioned, well, a board could, would benefit from it, or families or parents. I mean, it would have to be, you'd have to be careful what kind of PD it would be, but it would be a real interesting, and I don't want to cheapen it by saying marketing, but it would be a really interesting and transparent thing to say, our teachers are going to get this kind of PD. Would any of the families or parents or other members of the community, I mean, I don't know how that would work, but it would be, rather than the ivy-covered walls and what have you, it might be interesting to think
Absolutely.
about that.
So the mental health first aid, we're providing, for example, Pleasant Ridge Montessori. They are being provided with that mental health first aid. It's the same professional development that we provide with our coaches, our athletic coaches. And so there are some things that we can tailor. We have been in conversation with Children's Hospital to really look at what does trauma-informed care look for parents, because we know that that probably is going to look different than it does for teachers, but definitely, I think that it's really important for everybody to have a level of understanding and support.
And I think it would be good doing this to the degree that we could together, not just offering them the same program, but what you're talking about. I thought that was great. And also happy to see anytime differentiated PD by school. I'm not a big believer that, I've been in a few situations where paper wads get thrown at the presenters if it's too much of a over umbrella kind of thing and people have stuff to worry about, but that's great. And then to second and third and fourth, everybody's reference regarding absenteeism. There has to be a way we can internally, to absolutely be able to say why somebody's absent, or at least the excuse that's been given, and keep some kind of record of that just internally, or we can't really come to grips with it. And I hate that the state just does this blanket thing, because it really also gives, you get on the radio and have to do an interview or something, the first thing people will, no, your kids don't come to school. Well, let me tell you, this is the rules and this is what counts. But it seems like we could, and we've talked about that for several years. Yeah.
I think one of the things that I am trying to do is create a more clear awareness with our school team so that they understand who all counts. Even in the state data and the report card, it's not just where kids count or those tested grades. It's all grades K through 12, and it's any student that has spent 100 hours, at least 100 hours with us or more, count in our chronic absenteeism. So if a student comes after kind of the count date in October and they start with us in January, a school might think, oh, they don't count for us like academically on testing. They might not, but they do count towards chronic absenteeism. So with having a transient population and socioeconomic needs, things of that nature, it just all, kind of compiles. So I think make a clear awareness of what it is also helping us as well.
I know it's not the same situation or the same clientele or the same kinds of challenges, but I'll guarantee you the suburbs have figured out a way to report and share what they want to report and what they want to share as it pertains to absenteeism. So just be aware of that. Mr. Lindy.
Just acknowledging the hour, I'm going to be super brief. I just want to say thank you for all the work that you're doing, and I'm grateful for it.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Treasurer Wagner. Well,
Good
we'll move on.
evening.
I'm sorry. Okay. Good evening.
You can go to the next slide. So I'm talking, kicking off the cycle for the fiscal year 26 budget building process. I was going to ask several of you to I wanted to start the process by kind of grounding our thoughts in what our vision, our mission, and the board forecast is. I was going to ask people to read these, but in the interest of time and that we're only halfway through our agenda, I think I'm going to skip these slides. But if you go to the next one, there's a link here to a document that President Bolton developed. And did you want to take a few minutes to review that?
No.
Okay, we'll do that next time. Okay, let's flip forward. And I'm a fast talker, so.
Oh,
So-
don't talk too fast.
Okay, so there are 4 major cost drivers looking at fiscal year '26. We have the growth plan that we've been talking about, and that's really broken up into 4 different parts. We have the reconfiguration part that we're estimating right now to be about $2 million. We have the programming part. One of those examples is bringing or expanding career tech offerings. That's about $1 million for fiscal year '26. And then we have the facility master plan repair plan. That's $160 million. That is not part of the general operating budget. That's part of the long-term financing plan that we're working through. In addition to that is the 4th part, the construction, which is the $200 million. That is not part of the operating budget. It's also part of the long-term financing plan as we look forward to our future revenue-generating operations, known as levies. And so we'll go into more details about that. So mostly fiscal year '26 growth plan, the general operating fund budget is considering the reconfigurations of schools as the board approves them and the programmatic part of that. The 3rd area is what work is being driven to meet our goals and guardrails that were outlined by the board and adopted last year. So what's the scope of the work for fiscal year '26? What has to be funded in order to make those measurements? And then, of course, we have fixed costs. We went over all the fixed costs in Saturday's workshop. They're posted online. That's about $50 million. So next slide. So starting off with a blank page, unlike we've done in the past, we want to think about starting off with actually fixed costs and then building on that. What are our strategic initiatives? What do we need to happen, and start adding the budget that way. So if you hit the next slide. And just reminding the board and the public that because of our levy cycles, and we're in the 9th year of our last new money levy.
Amazing.
They typically about 8 years, so we've done well managing our funds. But typical in a levy cycle, you start the levy cycle kind of cash rich, and then at the end of the levy cycle, you start eating into those cash reserves, which we have done. We are forecasting the end of this fiscal year to be about $37 million into general fund cash. And so I'm stating that to say we can't afford to spend more than our forecasted revenues. So last year, the board committed to a balanced budget. Next board meeting, we're going to bring a resolution forward for you to consider moving forward. This is just a gentle reminder that we have to live within the revenue means. Next slide. So that's just my picture, balanced revenues. And so our operating budget has to be either less than or equal to our forecasted revenues. Next slide. So, and keeping in mind that all of our revenues include the general fund, which is funded by the state funding formula and property taxes and some other local funds. But we also have to supplement our budget, and we're trying to look at a more holistic view of how we spend our money with our state and federal grants. But keep in mind, state and federal grants have to be supplemental and not supplanting, which means you can't cut something in the general fund and replace it by Title I. Or some of the other funds are very targeted towards specific population needs, like IDEA-B with students with disabilities. Also remember that we get $70 million in state and federal grants, but we don't get a big $70 million check and then spend the money out. The general fund fronts that money, and then at the end of every month, we ask excuse me, the state to reimburse us after they go through a compliance review. So they look at all of our expenditure reports when we ask for the cash back, and they ask us questions, and sometimes they have to clarify. But we are under strict compliance rules on how that money is spent. Okay, next slide. So as I started building this deck, it's October. So it's now November. We're starting with at zero, right? We start with the fixed costs, which are about $50 million. We add to it whatever the strategic goals and guardrail work has to be done, and then whatever version of the growth plan gets approved. The important part to understand is that the growth plan is going to drive student projections. Student projections drive school staffing. We have a very hard deadline to get school staffing to the schools by December 13th by the collective bargaining agreement. So the student projections, typically, we use a 3-year promotional retention average to get from grade level to grade level. And then we consider the special needs of the kids and specialized units. So my understanding of the part of the growth plan is that we're maybe shifting some of the regular ed students as well as some specialized units in that plan. And so in order for us to accurately staff for schools next year, those decisions have to be made in a really short time frame. Once that's done and we flip into January is when we start working on the non-personnel and applying state and federal grants to supplement what the general fund is already paying. And then a reminder that we have to have an approved budget by June 30, which we haven't done in the last 2 years, but we will. I have hope that we're going to work together to make that done. So please don't walk out of the room thinking Jen is recommending a $19 million cut in central office. This is just for illustrative purposes and to learn. So the current year budget in the general fund is $644 million. And that included using prior year cash to support the expansion of preschool because we've grown beyond the $15 million set aside. And the board agreed to use last year's additional TIF payment to pay for COLAs for the current year. That was about $8 million. So $5 million in CPP money, or preschool money, and $8 million in COLAs drove that $644 million up. The early estimate on revenues for next year is $631 million. We're still working through that. We're going to be doing the five-year forecast shortly. So you would ask me, why would those numbers go down? So part of that is we were using prior year cash to pay for those two items. We also had quite a shock this year in our state revenue dropped because the state share dropped, because our property values went up significantly in the triennial update. The state funding formula has a really high value of weighting on property wealth, and Cincinnati is considered a wealthy district.
Just like Wyoming.
So we went from a 42% or 42 cents on the dollar per student funded by the state, which is still pretty low compared to our urban partners, down to 36.9. That's $474 drop per student. That could have lost $16 million, but because of the phase-in of the formula, we were able to offset some of that revenue drop. But that we're not going to get poorer in property wealth. It's that 36% is going to stay even for the next biennium. So that explains the difference between the 644 and the 631. If we do nothing different, and you've heard me say before, we have to stop doing the way things we're doing because we can't continue to afford to do them. Currently, the central office budgets represent 31% of the budget. If we just add step increases, because they're already in the collective bargaining agreements, we've already negotiated those, we'll be adding $7 million to that $644 million. So that means central office gets, and we do nothing different in the schools on how we allocate the budgets to the schools. Central office will have to eat that because you can't cut it out of fixed costs, right? Fixed costs are fixed costs. So it's got to come out of central office. And that would be incredibly devastating to this district. So as I'm saying, I'm just using this as illustrative and to keep pushing the point that we have to look at doing business differently. Next slide. An update, I did some research on Senate Bill 308. Our legislative lobbyists were here last week, telling us a little bit more about 308. This is the Senate bill that wants to move the fixed sum millage into the calculation of the 20 mil floor. So I went and looked at how many districts does this really impact. I was surprised that there was a lot. So we have 611 districts in the state of Ohio. 409 of us are on the 20 mil floor. That's over 60, it's over 2/3. And so this would hurt a lot of districts.
That's good news, though.
And that's the residential. Under the commercial, it drops to 172. And so we're on the floor for the residential, but not the commercial. I also went and looked at how many districts are using fixed sum levies. and there's 207 of those in the state of Ohio. In Hamilton County, it's not as strong. So in Hamilton County, there's 22 districts. According to this tax aggregate report, 7 of us are on the floor, and 1 of us is hit the commercial, and I think that's Southwest School District. And there's 3 of us that have fixed sum levies on the ballot. So I just found that fascinating that this Senate bill is going to hurt a lot of districts. And so legal counsel has written up a resolution for the board to adopt. I think you're voting on it tonight. Is that true?
Yes, we are.
Yes. And then we'll start that letter. I've been recruiting people to help with the letter campaign. So hopefully we'll get flooded with some no, we're not interested in this. And so that would be helpful. Okay, next slide. So I just want to remind everybody on kind of what I talked about on last Saturday or a couple Saturdays ago, the timeline. So in November 25, you have the 48 million fixed sum levy. That is currently a 5-year renewal cycle. Next, in March of 26, as Board Member Lindy suggested, you could use the primary to do possible PI levy.
Did not suggest anything.
Oh, you
Just
the
asked,
question.
was it
Yes,
possible?
okay,
Was it not?
I'm
Just,
so sorry, I misspoke. Thank you for
I'm not
correcting me.
opposed to it. I'm not for it. I'm trying to understand our options.
Yes,
Thank you.
thank you. Sorry, I apologize. So some of the things under consideration or that I'm doing some research on what all the rules are, is what are your options for renewing the fixed sum levy? What are your options on primary, potential, the difference between a permanent improvement levy and maybe another bond levy when the prior bond levy expires? And I also put on there, certain levies have board members that are going up for reelection as well as city council. And so that you can just see that as it goes forward. You'll have the $65 million levy coming up in 28 and the other $52 million coming up in 32. So the next slide shows you the updated Slinky slide, President Bolton. It's like our favorite slide ever.
I love it.
The blue line represents the levy that's coming up, the $48 million with the $15 billion set aside for expanding preschool. So coming up in 25 for renewal. If you go to 10 years, it'll come back in 35. Then the next one on the cycle was the green line, which is a $65 million levy. It's on a 10-year cycle. I can't believe it's been 10 years already. Well, it will be in 28. And then the orange slide is the $52 million levy, and that comes up in 32. So you have a lot of activity in upcoming years and some opportunity to go for new money if the board decides to move that direction. Next slide. So I'm just going to start keeping a running total of where we are against our budget target of 600. Right now it's 631. It may change, so don't hold your breath. But we're finalizing the 5-year forecast, and we'll be back in the board. We have to have it adopted by the end of November, so we'll solidify that number then. But I'm just starting to keep track of costs. So 51 million for fixed cost, step increases $6.8 million. It gets us up to 58.3. And have a placeholder in for the growth plan and the goals and the guardrails. Crossing guards would be about 2 million. Right now the budget's $1 million. I'm estimating about another $1 million if we take them on as employees. And then the unions so graciously let us cut for this year their professional development budgets with a promise that we would bring it back in the next year. And then the Suzuki program that was previously funded in general fund, we actually found a grant in Fund 19 that had $100,000 sitting there for the Suzuki program. And I think it was just a turnover in staff, forgot there was a grant there, so we used that this year. So that will come back to the general fund. And then we also delayed the renovations of the Rawson funds because of the timing. And so I've got that as a placeholder as well. So we'll just keep this updated as you approve items, and we'll start building the budget, and I'll keep you informed as best I can. I think that's my last slide. So happy to answer any questions.
Do I have any questions to start with? Mr. Craig?
So first, I'll try and be brief also, but first I want to say thank you for bringing this back to our attention and bringing specifically around the levies, because I think this is a conversation that we need to have probably also sooner than later when we're looking at our budget and how we are going to fund much of the work that we are going to need to do when it comes to facilities repairs, as well as any potential growth of new buildings or whatnot that we would try and do in the future. And I want to also say that I think this is one of those issues that when we go to the public and say, we are good stewards of your dollars, it means that we also have to be willing to make hard decisions. And I think last year we avoided a lot of hard decisions and made things a lot harder than it needed to be. And this year we don't have that really opportunity to do so. And so I would hope that as we go through and look at this year's budget, and thank you again for bringing it as kind of the clean slate of going in and looking at it, I would hope that we would at least make a few more hard decisions so that we don't have to make decisions harder. Because I think, as you mentioned, cutting from central office does not work. It just limits the number of folks who are able to do a lot of the behind-the-scenes works that makes our district run. And in a lot of ways, we have kind of bare-boned it down now. So I would hope this year we as a board would make some more difficult decisions, as we are elected to do, and give you all the direction that would allow us to keep that balanced budget that we must do. But the one thing I do want us to pay special attention to, and we've talked about it in Budget and Finance a few times, which is the cash balance. The amount we start off of the year really does we need to be a little bit better at ensuring that we are not cutting as far into that as we keep going into the election cycles and renewing those levies, because I do think we're going to find ourselves in a difficult space. I think you've mentioned a few times that money does not go very far at the current amount that it's at when we start the year off.
Right, so we're working, Mike and Kevin and I are working on asking the Finance Committee to adopt a policy and then refer it to Policy Committee on a cash reserve. So, because our state funding comes in twice a month, and our property taxes comes in twice a year, there are times in the year that we get very short on cash. And so we have to make sure, now we have to pay a lot more attention on it on a daily basis to make sure that we have enough cash flow to keep going. So we've been moving money in and out of Star Ohio and reducing some of our longer term investments so that we have cash available. But $37 million on a $644 million budget only gets you about 14 days of operations. And that's not the best place to be in.
Other questions, comments? Member Matt?
Yes, so thank you for the presentation, and thank you, President Bolton, for just giving me the floor to speak. So my question is around the state and federal grants. And you spoke about how that money initially, I think we have to spend out of the general fund first, right, before, and be in compliance with whatever the expectations are around the state and federal grants. Have there ever been a instance where we were out of compliance, where the money that we ultimately spent and we were hoping to get back, we didn't have that return?
I can't think of any, but I'm sure there has been. Every once in a while, they'll send us a question to say, give us some evidence of this particular expenditure, and usually they accept our explanation, because our grants team is very vigilant on making sure that we stay in compliance.
Okay. And then the other question is just around, if you could explain, again, because I'm learning, but the 20 mil threshold and how the levies are included in that assessment.
So in the state of Ohio, they say that every school district has to have at least 20 mils of, and a mil is a rate of tax. It's 1,000. So they're saying every school district has to have at least 20 mils to operate. And then as the local school districts want to raise more money, they go and they put a ballot, they put a levy on the ballot, and the taxpayers approve that. So the bills, right? So separating the fixed sum levies from the fixed rate levies. The fixed sum levies generate the same amount of money, whatever happens with inflation up or down. We still get the same amount. On the fixed rate levies, they have what's called a house reduction factor, so that when inflation goes up, tax bills don't go up. They reduce the millage rate to collect about the same amount as the voters approved. The exception is we get new money for new construction, but for an existing house, they will reduce the millage rate so that that people's property taxes aren't growing with inflation. So if you add up all of our fixed rate millages, and because of, some of them go back to the 60s, right? So the reduction factor keeps hitting and hitting and hitting. We've dropped below that 20 mil floor, the effective rate. So the approved rate might be 60 mils, but the effective rate is now 17 mils because they've been reduced with inflation. So because we dropped to 17 mils, the state automatically increases property tax bills to get us back up to that 20 mil floor. But it's only on fixed rate levies.
Not the fixed sum.
Right. If they move the fixed sum levies into that calculation, it's going to put us right back up above the floor again. And so we'll lose that money. It's about $10 million a year for us.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. And
You're welcome.
I'm
I know
tracking.
It's confusing. No, it's very complicated. It's very confusing.
Other comments, questions? Dr. Moffett?
So I promise to be brief. I do want to go to slide 12. I didn't realize it was that many districts, so I'm a little shocked that it impacts that many people in the state of Ohio. And I've had a couple people reach out around helping the district to advocate for that. So I know some people from School Board School are lobbying together, and I was supposed to call them today, and I didn't get a chance to. But I think we will have some support, particularly around since the number is so high. What I'm interested in, and this is not for next meeting, this is for the future. When we talk about the growth plan and your slide around budget cost drivers, slide number 5, Rob, I was really interested in looking at and doing the exercise of if there's a clean slate, what can we reimagine this to be? Because I believe wholeheartedly we need to reimagine education. And so I'm really wanting us to, and wanting you to drive us to, with the improvements with the things that we redesigned last year or this year, phase 1, and the potential for anything in phase 2, what does that look like if we were to have a clean slate and actually plan a budget for next year? So I'm kind of looking forward to that. If we were to have a clean slate and look at it, it's very difficult for me to conceptualize things because we've had so much deficit and we've been trying to do so much with balancing the budget. Things are cut, I don't even realize they're cut, to be completely honest, I'm speaking for myself. It would be very helpful to start from the beginning, even if it's just ideating, and then look at some of the changes that we need to make, and then kind of put them somewhere, and then see how much that costs with relation to where we are. So I'm looking forward to that, because I just believe wholeheartedly we are going to need to do some things differently. And there's so much contention around, well, we can't afford this, we can't afford that. I think I don't have a clear concept on what it's actually going to cost from the beginning up. What does it cost? What does this look like? What does this beast look like that we're talking about? What does that cost? And then where are we in relation to getting to there? Is there an added benefit? Are we adding, taking from? Do we have the money to do that? So I'm looking forward to, and I'm sorry we don't have enough time today. We probably don't have enough mental capacity up here either right now, but in a future opportunity, I'm looking forward to being able to kind of look at some of the changes that we need to make and the cost for that. And I have heard from varying people in the community in trying to advocate for against the things that are coming down legislatively. And it's been my experience that people may not like our choices, but they need to know about what the options are. And I don't think that people are completely clear, because I'm just not 100% clear. And I think we're not doing a very good job of explaining it as board members either. I think there's inconsistencies But one thing that's really good has been the Just Ask Gens, the things that you're doing around clarifying school funding, clarifying where we are, have been very helpful. So again, I'm looking forward to the opportunity to be able to kind of look at what does the phase 2 look like if we were to just have phase 2 right now, and then where are we in relation to getting to there, and then helping the public understand how that looks and some of the obstacles that we might face. So thanks for this presentation. Looking forward to more.
Other comments, questions, issues? I'd just like to say just a couple things. I appreciate this, and I do think we have to start with a blank slate because it's again, well, you can use that scale and the balance or whatever, but we can't, every time we try to think of something we need to do, we do have to figure out what to cut. The issue is that equation is not helpful. It's necessary, but it's not helpful. That's why you have to start at nothing. It's bigger than zero-based budgeting even. It's envisioning something else. And we have to be doing that because the equation from $1 to that dollar or this program or that program, I don't even know that we could justify everything that we're doing. I know we can't. The other piece that is hard for board members, I know personally, is that when we start talking about these going to the public, because we need money, and it's fantastic that we're in our 9th year, and we are in a good cycle of 8 years and 9 years before we ask for new money, but we are just months away from having to decide what to do about preschool renewal, the $48 million one. We are in 30-something, we have paid the FMP piece, right? Or is it 31 or?
December 1st of 31 will be our last FMP payment.
Now that's remarkable. That's really remarkable. So all this that we're talking about, we can delay, we can stop, we can move, we can start with the blank page. The calendar pages are turning. The clock is ticking because we have to make some decisions right away, not only for rounds and this budget, but for how we're going to the public for more money. For board members, we hear from our district family. 85% of the people in our district have not one thing to do with this district except pay their taxes. We have to understand the larger community as much as we have to try to understand our own CPS family. Because those are the folks that are paying the bill and they don't necessarily have direct connection. So we have to kind of expand, and this is why I like this connecting, as you've done, with the levies that are coming, the renewals, new money or what have you, because we're there. And I will say where money is being cut, because as we've said before, the state is supporting with public dollars 4 different school systems. And our kids are being penalized for it. So this is really where we are, and all of this tonight is completely interconnected. And I appreciate both of these big presentations, yours now and previously the one as we move through the phases. Anything else? We good? Let's move on to,
This is just a small point. I just wanted, because to Ms. Bolden's point, there are overlapping issues that cross multiple years and multiple budget cycles. For the purpose of your slide, Treasurer, that showed the 2 pie charts and the crunch that the numbers push on central budget. I'm just checking I've got our timelines right. We're going to have that problem no matter what we decide about future levies. Is that right?
If you don't change the way you do business, yes.
So, so we have to make some, we're going to have to make some, so I think there are just 2 issues, multiple, but like there's, how do we solve our FY26 budget set of challenges? That's big, that's meaty, it's really important. And also there's a question about the long-term revenue picture,
Yes.
which is going to involve the levy cycles.
Yes.
And all of the questions about changing the school assignments and the corridors and which kids go to which schools, they impact all those different things. But we're going to have a really challenging FY26 set of decisions to make, regardless of what decisions we make on those other issues. So make sure I was seeing that right.
Yes.
Got it. Thank you.
Mr. Lindy and I agree on something tonight. This is good. I don't know if we're meant to.
We're
but,
both voting
we do.
tomorrow.
Yeah, take a
We're both,
picture. Tomorrow will be different. But no, I think, and that's why FY26 is so big, because FY26, fiscal year 26, is going to have an impact on what the rest of these 5 or 6 years coming up. That was that urgency about needing to change business. Mr. Craig talks about it. He's been talking about changing business for 3 years. The treasurer's been doing this for a long time. Yes, you have. So I think we need general counsel now.
So while he's
Not
coming up,
for
while he's
dispute.
coming up and I still have the mic on,
Go for it.
we are at a 54% compliance on our fraud training. We have 3 weeks to get to
I did
100%
mine.
compliance. I know, so anybody who's listening who hasn't done the training, please do so.
Well, we're going to charge you with fraud. You were first. Good girl. Mr. Hoyne, we need you to present slowly and quickly at the same time what we already know so that we can have a motion to pass the resolution that you were kind enough to write for us.
Good evening. I'm presenting the resolution prepared to oppose Senate Bill 308 as requested. It reflects much of what the treasurer described in her presentation. Glad to answer any questions.
Great, and thank you for having our advocates here to help explain it. Any questions or comments? We understand what this is. The chair would entertain a motion to pass this resolution?
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
Second, thank you. Treasurer?
Mr. Craig?
Yes.
Mr. Crossett?
Yes.
Mr. Lindy?
Yes.
Ms. Mapp?
Yes.
Dr. Moffett?
Yes.
Vice President Weinberg?
Yes.
President Bolton?
Yes.
Thank you.
I will make a note that, thank you.
Can I add one interesting tidbit about Senate Bill 308?
Oh, my Lord, what?
The treasurer mentioned that I believe there are 7 school districts in
Yes.
Hamilton County that are affected by the 20 mil floor who will be impacted by this legislation. They include, I believe, some friends of ours as well. Harrison School, Southwest School District, which I think is Harrison Schools, Indian Hill School District, Northwest School District, Norwood School District, Oak Hill School District, and St. Bernard.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you. We got friends everywhere. I think the more it impacts, the less chance they might do something, but it also shows that it's a big policy decision to continue to do bad things
promised-
to public schools.
I'm
Treasurer?
sorry, I promised to send that resolution, our resolution, to my urban buddies,
Please.
because they're going to join the campaign.
That
And then
would
we
be
were just
great.
talking about sending it to all those districts that Dan just named.
Excellent. And when we get to assignments, we'll ask for that letter to be written that was suggested by Mr. Glover. All right, we move now to board matters, and the first topic of board matters has been taken care of. We just want to announce to the public that we are in the process of developing collaboratively with the interim superintendent Murphy an evaluation document for her during her term of office. Then we go, board members, you posted on, and we won't take the time tonight, but posted on board docs some research that we can finally put to rest, hopefully, putting not only the 5 possible guardrails about our behavior, but also has been suggested too, kind of a list of do's and don'ts as we interact and conduct our business. So if you'll just review that later on this month or in December, we can try to do that so we can have that off of our list of having accomplished it, which is out of Great City Schools' recommendation and that piece of paper from 23 is also on board docs for you. Mr. Crossett?
Yes, thank you. I've got I made a revision to the Innovation Council proposal that I submitted previously, and I think it was encouraging. I think most people felt good about the Innovation Council. What I added was just how members would get selected to the council. And so what I added was that that would go to the discretion of the superintendent and the treasurer, that they would pick it's in the proposal, I think I can't even remember the numbers, 2 teachers, 2 students, and thank you. Two principals, 4 teachers, 2 students, 4 central office staff, and 2 folks from the treasurer's office, and a board member. So that's just a proposal. I don't know if anybody wants to have comments about that, but I wanted to get it going. I think it could be helpful in helping us find ways to be more efficient, save money, and provide better outcomes.
Any questions, comments? Mr. Lindy?
Thank you, Mr. Crossett. I continue to think this is a great idea and would like to support it. I appreciate the conversations we had in policy about it. Could one of those appointees be a parent?
Yes, I don't see any reason why it couldn't be. I'm not sure who would choose the parent. Would that still be the discretion of the superintendent?
No strong preference. I just think if we're going to have a group of stakeholders, I think there needs to be, I'd say more than one, but at least one.
I think let's go for 2 parents. I'll revise that to add 2 parents at the discretion of the superintendent. How's that?
Thank you.
If there's not any other conversation about it, would we feel comfortable in it being presented at the 18th for passage? Board members? Member Mapp?
Yes, so just I had a question, and we kind of talked about this in the policy committee meeting. Would this be a recommendation for policy, or this would be something just done administratively?
Well, I think my thinking was it would just be done administratively, but if you think it needs to go through policy, we could do that. I don't really care. I mean,
No, just wanted clarification.
yeah,
So,
sure,
yeah, okay.
sure.
All right, well, let's plan on having it before us on the 18th. Superintendent's agreed with it. All right. Now, if that takes care of that, the chair will entertain a motion to adopt the consent agenda. And I am required, but in the name of time, I won't. You have before you a published list of what's on the consent agenda, and it is posted for the public to be able to see the consent agenda. Does anybody have any exceptions to the consent agenda? Treasurer Wagner, will you keep anything that is offered and any exception maker? Yes, Dr. Moffett.
I have an exception to vote yes for the superintendent recommendation and abstain from page 2, recommendation 1, item C.
Exception made and recorded. Member Mapp.
Yes, so voting yes for the treasurer's report, but I would like to abstain from page 5, line item 4.
Thank you. Any other members have any exceptions to be made from the consent agenda? Seeing none, we'll gladly take a motion for passage and a second, and then a roll call. I have a motion to pass the consent agenda.
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. No further discussion because we've already made our exceptions and exception notice. Roll call.
Mr. Craig?
Yes.
Mr. Crossett?
Yes.
Mr. Lindy?
Yes.
Ms. Mapp?
Yes.
Dr. Moffett?
Yes.
Vice President Weinberg?
Yes.
President Bolton?
Yes. Do members have any assignments?
Yes.
Mr. Lindy?
So I've been trying to think about what would be helpful on the growth proposal.
Okay.
And I think one thing, I'd like to just, I know it's late, I'm not going to spend a long time on this. I just say that if, Interim Superintendent, if in hearing this later you have follow-up questions, I'm happy to dialogue about it. But I'm imagining, could there be a single slide that says, you know, here are the problems we're solving for with this proposal. So right-sizing enrollment, growing enrollment, adjusting financial challenges, like something. Also, here's what the investment would be to do it. Like how many dollars are we talking about? I understand that that works in progress, but before we vote on it, I think we got to see like what's the actual number. And if I'm not thinking about it the right way, like it would be amortized out over X number of years, and here's that would be like whatever. However you want to express it so that it makes sense. But here are the problems we're solving for. Here's the investment it would take. And then also what the expected impact is going to be. So I take seriously the idea that over time you need to right-size your enrollment patterns. I really do. I don't know that I've seen enough yet on what we should expect to see on the benefit side of these changes to feel like there's the oomph behind that for me to support it. I'm also trying to, there's nothing that I'm against and will never change my mind on. I'm trying to paint a picture of what would help me change my mind on this. And so it's, what are we solving for? What's the total investment that's being asked? What's the benefit that we're expecting to see? And I'm happy to talk more about that, but that would be very helpful.
Sounds like a good
Sorry,
assignment.
I had one.
Superintendent, is that sort of clear? Clear enough? Mr. Crossett?
I wanted to see if we could add a little something to that assignment where we could look at FY26, which of those costs are one-time costs, because I imagine there's some one-time costs. So maybe look out 2 or 3 years, maybe, or at least the savings impact that occur after the one-time cost.
Excellent. Is that you okay with that addition?
Yeah, that's great. Thank you.
Other assignments? Member Matt?
Yes, I would just be interested in there being some type of specific addition to the timeline as to when information will be brought back to the board, and also when the recommendation is for board approval.
When information will be brought back, and you said something else.
Yeah, so when are you looking for us to vote on this decision?
Okay. Dr. Moffett?
So I just have a clarification question. Can you hear me better now? Okay,
Put it right by your mouth.
gotcha. I want to understand what you're interpreting around the purpose of the assignment, because the board approved 5 things in a meeting in March. So would that be what the purpose is for? Because I just want to understand, and I don't want the administration to be doing things that are going to cause an additional amount of staff time for a lesson in futility. So for me, I want to understand what the purpose is, because we, the board, are driving when the decision, really ultimately when the timeline is. So I'm afraid I wonder if this is the superintendent's decision of the timeline, or is this for us to make a decision of that? So I'm just kind of trying to clarify what the assignment really is asking, because all of the information feels to me as if it's been presented for us to make decisions and to drive the work to the superintendent, rather than the superintendent bring information back to us for us to say, this is not the superintendent's responsibility. So I just want to clarify.
would you mind, Superintendent, if I started to answer that, just from the board perspective? When the suggestion was made, the first thing that flashed in before me was, okay, we've done recommendations and we had action items or whatever from resolution or what have you. But that, I think, is over here. I think now that we see this implementation plan, I think that the administration can say, we found out that supporting and subsidizing lowly enrolled magnet schools and transporting kids from here to there or whatever, we can't fund that. It's not sustainable. So I think they could help us understand, for example, we want middle schools, but the reality to get things done and started and initiated, it looks like we have to have a few junior highs. We didn't say anything about junior highs and ad hoc, but in the implementation, and maybe there's justifications, whether it's money or time or a difference of approach. I think they can start to come up with that, but you're right. They're going to have to tell us all the things that have to be done, when they have to be done, and we're going to have to decide when we vote on this.
So
That is
just as a
board.
point of clarification, I want to understand, what are we asking for that is different than what they have already provided? Because it feels redundant to me. It feels as if maybe one or two people need it seen in a different way, but are we asking, they've given us a recommendation. So what are we, this doesn't feel like the next step is theirs, but I'm fine with what it is. But we spent a significant amount of time over the past few years talking about staff time being used efficiently, and this feels a little redundant to me. So I want to understand. I'm fine with the assignment, but I just don't understand what it's different than what we've already received.
I'm going to intercede here too. Again, sorry, in the interest of time. They have not given us recommendations. They have tried to implement, design and implementation of all the board work that preceded it. And these are their favored options. See, that's what the community gets confused about, because obviously most of this has to be decided by us. But we don't have the expertise to even put the options together. So I think there is a redundancy to this, but I'm also excited about the administration helping us understand the value of this and in the bigger picture as they see it as professionals. I think it could be helpful moving forward, both financially and community and messaging.
I'm done. I wanted to have it clarified.
Yeah,
What
no,
are
you're
we
right.
asking? What is the actual assignment versus what has already been prepared? And we spent a significant amount of discussion around the efficiency of staff time, and this seems to be an inefficient use of staff time to rearrange information. But if that's how people need to see it, I'm fine with that.
I would couch it as cost-benefit analysis. I don't know that we have seen a cost-benefit analysis. And maybe that's the way to look at it. We know some costs. We have some incredible analysis, the most impressive thing since the FMP. And maybe we need to understand what the administration thinks. How will this benefit our children, our district, how it will make it sustainable? So more of a cost-benefit analysis approach to
Well,
it.
may I say that
Please.
we started this because for Dr. Smith and I, day one, working with Jen, expanding to the union presidents, was closing the budget gap. It started out 26 million, it went to like 32 million in 24 hours. Great. I've been paying attention to Cincinnati Public School Board for over 25 years. I say that to say my thoughts around how to do this better in the future have been driven by conversations this school board has had over a 25-year period of time. Having been in elementary schools, I know what it's like to do an elementary school in this district. I also know what it's like to be the principal of a high school. I know what it's like to be in an elementary school that is a neighborhood school, a Quebec Heights neighborhood school, and what it's like to drop my daughter off at the time at a Dater Montessori elementary school. There are differences. Just paying attention to that alone gives you ideas about how to do this better for all kids. Then I said, okay, there's this wonderful ad hoc plan that this board talked about for almost 2 years. So let me dig in deeper as we were continuing to have how to balance the budget conversations. It became crystal clear to me, looking at what it costs to educate a child in Building A of our district, Cincinnati Public Schools, and Building B, ranging in cost from $9,000 per kid to $44,000 per kid. There are things that we can do to make it more efficient and cost-effective for our district. I'm not clear the delay. I'm just not clear. There are programs, being in the customer care center for 3 years, that people demand that we're not able to provide, and that people are upset at the thought being put on the table when these are people who are already in the seat. It's troublesome to me. There are programs that people are asking for that are available to some of our students in some neighborhoods. It's troublesome to me that we don't act. So each week, week after week, my team is very excited about this, extremely proud of this work, and we come Monday after Monday after Monday and bring back what you're asking for to the best of our ability. Then you give us additional questions. Great, we'll go back. If you honestly want to know the timeline, it's now. It's now, because we have to do the transfer rounds on time in February. We have to get projections to our schools on time in November. We have to be able to do staffing in December, because you know what? It's holding our kids up and families up from being able to make decisions. I know this because I've done it for 25 years in this school district, and I'm saying this passionately and respectfully. Please know I respect each of you and what you bring to the table. But when do I need to know? Now. Let us do the work administratively. If you say no to something, any of it, all of it, it's a no. It's a no. And guess what? Then I go back out to the schools and figure out how I'm going to work with our students and our MLL population and students with disabilities population that continues to grow, and we keep doing the same thing, Jen. You're saying I need to change how we do this. I need to change, we need to change how we do business. I need our school district to do great for all of the children, all of them. Don't be upset with me because I'm bringing you ideas. They're just that at this point, ideas that my team has dug into and said, this is how we can make it happen. If you don't want it, let us move on.
Thank you, Interim Superintendent. Appreciate it. Brandon.
I just want to share a thought here, because I think this is my frustration for the last 2 weeks when we've tried to do assignments, which is that if you have a problem with the assignment, don't vote for it. If you have a problem with the assignment, raise a complaint about the assignment. I'm kind of sick and tired of us pretending that this is operating in a way that is in line with what we were tasked to do. And I appreciate, President Bolton, that you raised the questions about our board behavior and putting together guidelines on that. But I raised this point in January. I raised it again later in the year. If we're honestly going to say we are charging the superintendent with doing a task, then vote on something. We need to be doing that. We didn't do that with the budget last year when we were trying to figure this all out. We haven't done that with our own behavior on this board. And I think the fact is, Superintendent Murphy, I appreciate all the passion and all the hard work you and your team are doing. But at the end of the day, this is really about, we have to operate differently as a board first before we can ask anyone else in this district to operate any differently than they have. And until we're willing to do that, until we're willing to sit down and say we will actually follow the guidance we're doing, we'll take votes, we'll make hard decisions and give guidance early, and none of this is going to change. And that's just the real on it. So I appreciate the fact that we need to make decisions soon. I will tell you right now, I don't know that the decisions will be ones that we will all agree on or not agree on. But the fact is, this back and forth every time someone wants to change something for their own benefit does not give the superintendent any direction, does not give the treasurer any direction, does not give the chief auditor any direction, does not give the general counsel any direction. And it's just a waste of our time. And so I do ask as we go forward, maybe an assignment to us as a board is to actually legitimately start to follow the things that we said we were going to do and to actually engage each other in the way we will, and actually hold those folks who come to our table and use language that I feel was really inappropriate today, especially talking about a board member's family, which is completely out of line, that we hold those folks accountable also in our building. Because if we're gonna allow folks to disrespect the board, if we're gonna allow folks to disrespect us, if we're gonna allow that behavior in general, then why are we complaining when folks do it on a regular basis?
One last assignment is the writing of that letter for 308. And General Counsel, if that pleases you, pleases the board. Any other assignments? Hearing none. Motion to adjourn. Do I hear one of those?
So moved.
Second.
We're done.